That's like my house. I love her flowers. I keep trying to figure out how she does it. So I cannot get the wildflower started in my little
They're beautiful.
garden bed. Hey,
We are unmuted and live on YouTube.
Great. All right, the time is 5:01. We are convening the meeting of the Board of the Silverton Housing Authority. Roll call, please.
Trustee Halverson. Here. Trustee Gardner.
Here.
Trustee Schnitker.
Here.
Trustee Wakefield.
Here.
Trustee George.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harper.
Here.
And Mayor Cranker.
Here. Great, thanks. So Anne, I'm gonna kick it over to you.
Awesome. So today, during this work session, we will be reviewing the first draft of the Silverton Affordable Housing Guidelines. And affordable housing guidelines are guiding documents that ensure the fair administration and regulation of affordable housing programs in Silverton. So the goals behind these guidelines are to provide clarity and transparency for staff, the board, and the public on the goals, standards, qualification standards, and regulations of affordable housing programs in Silverton. Second goal is to promote fairness of the administration of affordable housing programs by having clear and consistent policies. Third goal is to ensure compliance. So affordable housing requires substantial public and private investment. And so we will ensure that we will be protecting this investment by ensuring that these homes are used as intended. And enhancing efficiency, so standardizing procedures and policies, just make everything run smoother. And then guiding future development. So having a guiding document that we can fall back on will be really helpful to help us consider and develop future developments. So
Well, you get into the next slide real quick. I know there's nobody on Zoom right now, but if we do get any attendees, we will take public comment at the end. So if people are listening, they jump on, they have some questions at the end, we will take public comment at the end.
thank you. So up to this point, I have reviewed existing models, so existing guideline documents from housing authorities across the state, ranging in countywide housing authorities, big town guidelines, and put together what seemed to be the status quo for this type of document and just putting things out there to start. But today I really am seeking board input on a lot of these things so that it is tailored to the needs of Silverton. And this draft has already gone through multiple iterations and it's gone through staff review. And now it is here at the board. From this meeting, any revisions and suggestions and edits that you have, I will go and make. And then hopefully we feel good about the next draft that comes out and we can adopt and implement it. Any questions so far? Great. So this document's pretty big. But what I really want to focus on today are sort of the big picture things for our organization. So what is our mission? What is our vision? What are the goals of the programs that we're developing and funding and administering? And then who are these programs going to be of service to? And then getting into the lottery procedure. So when it comes time to sell a home, what does that procedure look like? There's several different ways that we could do it. And so in your packet, there are comments made on the right-hand side. Hopefully you've had a chance to review them. But basically, the plan is to sort of jump from major comment. However, if we pass a section that you had a comment or an edit or suggestion on, please stop. Say, hey, let's talk about this. That brings us To the definition section. So the only comment I had in there was about developing a subcommittee. And Gloria, Clayton, our attorney, and I are still deciding how we're gonna do that. We're not set on the subcommittee idea, but we will come back to you with an idea of how we will do it.
Did you want to speak a little bit to why you feel like that would be helpful to you? I know when several of us went on the work session with community builders and kind of talked about the housing authority, it was like kind of this difference between a working board versus like we are a very formal board here seated. And so can you clarify for us as you guys keep thinking about it a little bit of kind of what value you see in having a subcommittee or what some of the pros or cons are?
So this is kind of straying away from the idea of a working board and more of we need to have an appeal and grievance procedure. And we get into it gets a little weird because this board of housing authority is the same board as the town of trustees. And so do you want to jump in at all? I think we were maybe considering like the board of adjustments.
Yeah, we were looking at the Board of Adjustments for an appeal.
Yeah.
So that it's outside of this board.
Yeah, because if someone had an appeal and then the next layer of appeal was the Board of Trustees, it's all the same people.
Correct, yeah, so we were trying to create that.
And there's but the Board of Adjustments is like pretty specific in what they can do, right, statute wise? So are they allowed to come out and do other stuff?
That's what we're researching right now.
Okay.
Could use them for that. We also looked at the planning commission, so we've been looking at alternate boards that already exist.
Yeah.
For that appeal process.
Because maybe it's just the Board of Adjustments people, but they're seated as something else at that session.
Right.
Yeah. All right, great. Thanks.
Yeah, so still
Subcommittee.
be determined.
And Clayton seems to not super enjoy a subcommittee. Is that just additional layers of procedure and process? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he was gonna join us. I know he's traveling right now, so he will be here for the next meeting, but I'm kind of in contact with him right now. Hopefully he'll just.
Yep. Okay. And I do see we have one attendee. So Melody, we will be taking public comment at the end. So if you're listening to anything now and you feel like you have public comment or questions, that will happen at the end.
Great. Anything in the definition section that you need clarification on? Have any edits for? I'm not sure if the copy that was in the packet had the links, but throughout the document, every time a specific word is used, it has a link back to the definition section.
Oh.
So hopefully it's a little bit more user friendly. The goal was that if you jump to any section, you can still go back and visit the definitions because they are kind of specific to these guidelines.
Actually, I don't know if we're like jumping because it was on the volunteer question. So do you want to, I had a question on the vital workforce as it relates to the volunteer question. Do you want me to hold that until we get to that volunteer section?
Let's hold that until
Okay.
we get to the qualification standards.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
But we'll circle back,
Cool.
which is very soon, but
Yeah.
So right now you're looking for feedback on any of the definitions. We had feedback.
not on the definitions. Okay, let's get into the thick of it. So, Housing Authority was established last year. It hasn't been a year yet. And so we're a very new organization. And, it's important to have a reason why we exist. And which is our mission statement. And then our vision statement is what do we aspire to achieve or become? I really just threw something up there. I'm super indifferent about these, but I wanted to have something that we could work upon during the session. And then just a little bit of history, I guess. Last year, there was a resolution establishing the housing authority that said there's a shortage of decent, safe, and sanitary dwelling accommodations in the town available to all persons, particularly persons in the workforce not being paid a reasonable living wage. And so I'm happy to help guide this process, or if anyone has anything that's blaring out right now, it's right there too.
Well, I just want to say, before we tear anything that Anne put together apart, I wanted to just speak to the thoroughness of this, the intentionality you have here. I think what we're looking at here is really, really useful. We probably needed this in this community for a very long time. As we've had histories of some of these things being challenged or not preserved. So thank you, Anne. And now we can workshop it, not tear it apart.
Yeah. No, this is really just getting stuff out there so we have something to build upon and critique and have conversations about. So
One thing I thought about this was like thinking about values, like what are the values? And sometimes when you think about values, then you can get the words you sort of need mission statement. So I don't know if kind of instead of putting it into a sentence format, throwing out some values could be helpful, but that's just a thought.
Yeah, and I think also for the mission statement, maybe if we can throw in who the affordable housing is for, like for the long-term residents of Silverton, rather than long-term supply of affordable housing in the town of Silverton.
I think that raises an interesting question that the boards should discuss. So does that mean that anything the affordable the housing authority would do would not apply to seasonal workers? Seasonal residents, it's.
No, I think that the housing authority, I think, is for all, all residents, seasonal or otherwise, but obviously our current focus is, year-round long-term stuff, because that's the lack. But in the future, if we actually made a dent in that, then maybe we'd be like, oh, we don't have seasonal housing, let's work on that next. But, I think that you should be able to pivot at least. You don't want to just be on one track, and this board is designed with one thing in mind and just to accomplish that. Like, not that it would, but.
Yeah, I agree that the long-term housing is a super high priority, but I also think that in our mission, it should be broader than that. Concur.
I really like what you have in here, Anne, about long-term affordability. So like keeping the affordability, a long-term supply of affordable housing. And I think that's been challenges in the past is like, it's been affordable for one or maybe two owners, but it hasn't always been preserved throughout the course of the unit. So long-term supply feels like a useful thing there.
Maybe more on the vision, but something we've like discussed around is like that educational component of like, it's hard to buy a house, a lot of stuff, and they gotta learn a lot. Maybe not, in the next few years tackling that challenge, but providing those educational opportunities through, oh my God, I'm totally forgetting the nonprofit that comes up here.
Homes Fund.
Yes, thank you. Like that, I think that's key. Like if, I don't want you to also do that work and then that not meet the mission and vision, because that is still important and critical. I actually don't think it's a bad statement at all.
Do we like the word well-rounded community? Does that speak to the focus and target audience or residents or group of what we're trying to achieve?
I'm not exactly sure what that means. Like,
I think the attempt is to say different
Diverse.
economic stratifications, right? Really.
But we are a bit more targeted. We're not trying to build homes for millionaires.
No,
yeah.
Could be part of a well-rounded community, right? Like they are part of a diversity of residents. And so maybe we need to be more specific here on.
to say like low, middle income, first time home buyers, or
Equitable,
What did the resolution say?
equitable is good.
yeah, equitable community.
Resolution said there's a lack of decent, safe, and sanitary dwelling accommodations available to people, particularly in the workforce, not being paid a reasonable living wage. Other housing authorities often use the word economic diversification, they bring in the word economic into it, and I think it's getting at the workforce population.
And our different income levels.
Mhm.
If words like accessible, equitable, diverse.
Like economic diversity, maybe.
To maintain, let's see,
You do have economic vitality already in the beginning.
in the vision, yeah.
Well, that's different though. That's like to maintain an economic, like a good economy within town.
Yeah.
It's like about the people.
Or you could say like you're trying to promote housing for people that would otherwise have barriers to entry.
Be excluded, yeah. Affordable housing in the town of Silverton to support equitable access.
Yeah.
to Housing choices. Support, so.
I like equitable.
Long-term supply of affordable housing in the town of Silverton to support equitable access to housing choices. It takes away the community piece. We're not talking about like, it's not as broad as well-rounded community. That could be a good or bad thing.
It also doesn't need to be the housing authority's job to like maintain the economic vitality of the community, you know?
We're really talking.
But what, yeah, one feeds the other, like.
Yeah, it was just
It
like
is not, yeah.
scope wise.
Like the big thing in the resolution we passed is, you know, to help people that aren't paid a living wage. I'm like, well, maybe we should work on getting people paid a living wage, but
That's,
yeah, no.
might not be in the scope of the housing authority.
I know.
Silverton Housing Authority's mission is to advocate, promote, plan, and provide the long-term supply of affordable housing in the town of Silverton to support, what did I just?
Equitable
Access.
The housing,
Your
I think it looks. great.
housing,
I think
housing.
that's great.
Do we want to incorporate some of the like safe? I don't know, those words in the
safe,
resolution.
equitable,
Or
safe,
safe, what was the?
Sanitary.
Sanitary. Thank you.
sanitary.
I think if we're saying how, you know, housing, hopefully it's assumed because we're the town, we're doing that. I guess you couldn't, not ever.
You could add quality housing, that seems like it was in some things, but quality is also like, well, what quality and who defines quality? And does this mean I get
That's
to have,
relative.
you know, yeah.
It sounds good. Yeah, and I think a mission statement doesn't need to be super specific. I mean, this is laying out our mission broadly. I like that. Quality
That's part of
housing.
this impetus a while back was to allow Silvertonians to actually get a foothold
Yeah.
in Silverton and become true Silvertonians.
Yeah.
We
And
could
feel
just,
like
we
they're
could
a
put
part of
that
it.
too. I like that. No, give people a foothold.
I'll give you-
Plain language.
Whoa, hey. One day.
Ron,
For sure.
thumbs up, so.
Do we want a qualifier of affordable housing, of safe affordable housing, of quality affordable housing, or just affordable housing?
I do think some sort of like, it just meets the resolution to add in that quality piece of like, what are we actually trying to go for in the housing? Like, what's the vision of it? I think that matters. I mean, I think we trust everyone here to have quality housing, but
Equitable access to.
Well, and per our code,
What is?
That's
what's
true.
Safe and sanitary. Like, what's-
I mean, and also, I mean, our code requires us to build safe sanitary houses.
I feel like we could deal with that in code enforcement, but I hear what you're saying, Lindsay, is like, yeah, we have this resolution that it needs to be decent. Again.
Safe-
it's a very specific resolution.
Dry houses.
No more mining tents.
It could be decent affordable housing instead of quality. I don't know.
I mean, if
We
no,
could be getting in the weeds here.
if no one else feels like we need a qualifier and it's like defined by code, then that's, I don't.
The only thing would be if we aren't building it,
That's true.
like there are homes in town that aren't safe, sanitary.
Yeah, but not new builds. Otherwise, we're
But this-
really failing at our
We could,
land use codes and our
absolutely,
building inspector. Or, you know, those are issues, I think.
we could implement
The
policy,
house is 120 years old, so that definitely fits, but.
we could start creating policies that the target is existing housing rather than this focus on new housing.
That's, yeah,
That would be great.
Provide the long-term supply. So you're saying, so that would argue for a qualifier. That.
Throwing it out there.
Mhm.
I think that does argue for equality.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which, I mean, is still a need, maybe not in this, first few years of your scope of work, but in the long term, addressing current housing, not new builds, would probably be a good value under a mission for the housing authority.
I really dislike the word decent. It feels very vague, but what if we had I like quality or safe better, even though they feel a little weird, and we could include a definition of, like, what is quality? We define quality as safe, sanitary, meets our codes, because you could argue that not all current structures in town are quality. And that would preclude the town from like just buying some random house and be like, here's affordable housing now, like that it actually has kind of a certain standard. I don't know. What do you guys think of putting in the definitions a qualifier?
I like quality.
Quality, and then define it in the definitions. Thoughts?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Sometimes quality is the eye of the beholder, though.
yeah,
True.
up to the standard of the town code.
Yeah.
So even if we buy an old ramshackle shack, we can update it to the standards and then.
Town and building codes. I think if we put quality there as a qualifier, I think we probably should define it in the definitions.
Yeah.
It sounds like the board is saying that the definition of quality should relate back to our actual building code and town code. That thing.
The current building specs.
Yeah.
I do think that's important to include in the mission, and I think that's a good qualifier to do.
Okay.
It represents what we're trying to do.
Great.
Okay.
Here's our vision.
In the vision piece, I liked Lynn's idea about adding something about like educating our community about home ownership, equity, wealth, like adding the education pieces. It seemed like a really important part of the housing authority work. So I don't know, Anne, how you'd want to phrase it, but increasing housing choices, promoting. Because it's not even just about home ownership education. It's like people could have help with budgeting. How will you start saving for a down payment or?
I want to hold a landlord training course,
So good.
Yeah,
tenant rights course.
yeah. So maybe you could work on
Yeah.
that piece
Is there
there.
is there any part of this that we don't like?
The only thing that I might think of is residents or prospective residents, but that's now we're splitting hairs. I think it's great.
And I might add for Silverton residents instead of the possessive hour. But that's just being picky.
Awesome. Anything else here before we move on?
You just have Silverton in there now twice, so you could.
Yeah.
But you can do the grammar.
I'll do the grammar later.
Yeah.
Great. That feel good?
Yeah. We're gonna move to the general affordable housing program goals. That would be skipping through the purpose and applicability section. Does anyone have anything in there to discuss or add?
Great job. And again, Clayton has reviewed all of these pieces for.
Okay. So the goals. Now that we have established the mission and the vision statement, the goals are becoming more like measurable. And specific. And so housing programs defined per these guidelines applies to a specific development. For example, there is a project that San Juan Development Association is doing for single family homes. That is kind of a program where it was serving residents that make 100% and 80% of the area median income. And like the other specific standards that you were required to qualify for these homes. And so having program goals is, we can get rid of this too, because we have a mission and vision statement. But this just gets more specific and perhaps measurable. And if we're thinking about adding, like say someone in town wanted to deed restrict their home so that it's affordable in perpetuity, we have something to fall back on to be like, this home fits our affordable housing program goals.
Overall, right? Like that house might not have been a part of a specific program or grant situation that we did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think these are great, personally. I think having, because obviously depending on the funding source, we often have restrictions on who can qualify, and we have very little control over that depending on what grant we go for. So, but I think having these broad goals very close to the front helps people who might be applying or interested, want to know what we're doing, get oriented to what we're trying to accomplish here.
How do we feel about this qualifier, presence required employment?
So remote workers don't qualify?
For goal.
Oh, okay.
In the current draft.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the only other thing was regulating and restricting, or just regulating?
You're asking if we need
I mean,
those
Yeah.
or.
you're asking if we need both.
Yeah.
It's kind of redundant.
I mean, I think the regulatory part is like defining what are qualified households and qualified owners. Then the restriction portion is, you know, ensuring that that's followed. That makes sense to me.
Perfect.
It gives a team.
Awesome.
Only note I'd add is if you were going to be doing additional programming, like you just mentioned of the educational piece, that should be included in here somewhere of the programmatic goals. So that you're able to like, you know, that validates your scope of work and what the whole housing authority is going to be doing. So I would, if that is going to be a program, I do think you should add it as a program.
Education.
Yeah, just whatever you wanted.
Yeah.
I can workshop that a little bit, but
Like the housing, affordable housing program is about, you know, building, finding units for qualified people, making sure those units stay affordable. And then you're saying the education piece.
I mean, I think we've all talked about that as like being a big component of starting your home ownership journey.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And it was in our homeownership survey. Don't have it in front of me, but it was a pretty popular response to what can the Silverton Housing Authority do to support your journey to home ownership.
Yeah.
Education was a huge one.
Yeah.
So good catch. I think that's a great idea.
Yep.
I'll flesh that out. Okay, the next section that we'll review is section 103, qualification standards. So, qualification, I'm just gonna read this definition. there's two levels of qualification. There's general qualification and then there's priority. Priority, you have to meet the first level of qualification, which is the most general requirements for all housing programs. Includes initial qualification standards and continuing qualification standards. A qualified owner, household, or tenant must maintain qualified status for the duration of ownership or rental of a housing unit. Failure to maintain qualification will require vacation or sale of the housing unit. So all of these different, like qualified owner, qualified household, qualified tenant, they're all explained in the definition section. But basically what it is that there's these different standards that you adhere to. So an employment standard, an income level standard, net asset standard, and a minimum household size standard. Priority is an additional qualification that increases chances of success in lottery by earning additional entries into the lottery based on the type of employment. And then with the fair housing law, we have to include disability and retirement status, so equal opportunity and access to these programs outside of employment, if we are requiring employment. And that is defined, priority is defined in a little bit, which we'll go over more. Let's start with the employment standard. So as it's drafted now, you have to be employed by a business that is licensed in San Juan County. Requires 40 hours per month. Or potentially you can have, like say the school is hiring a teacher who doesn't live here, but really needs that teacher. The school says we are hiring this person by this date pending their ability to move here. That could count. Here's what I will say about this section. Every single housing program that I researched in Colorado most requires that most of your income must come from a business that's licensed within a school district, within a county. I don't totally know if it complies with a law. Let's see what it is. Statute, thanks, Gloria. Called forget what it's called, but it prohibits source of income discrimination.
I saw that later, yeah.
So I haven't figured it out yet. I've been asking everybody and we're still looking into it. So it is possible that we can't require employment by a business in San Juan County, which means that a remote worker could qualify for a home. What I will say, what I would like to know from you is that if it is allowed, do we want to allow volunteerism for a nonprofit that serves San Juan County to count towards those required hours of employment?
Oh, okay.
So if someone is a volunteer, the hours set here or whatever we decide, that could check the box of the employment qualification.
This is my question around the vital, or like the definition of a volunteer within the county. That's not the vital worker definition.
So that is also my question too. So there's two definitions, vital workforce, local workforce. I'll scroll down. Vital workforce works for San Juan County, Town of Silverton, Silverton Schools, Silverton Medical Rescue, or volunteers for the Silverton Fire Department, Silverton Medical Rescue. And oh, there was really good verbiage that I found that differentiates vital workforce from local workforce. I went with vital workforce instead of essential workforce, just because it felt more like
life-saving.
Or, yeah, like school has to go on, you know, but it's not like life or death if school goes on. So,
Well, and just to clarify, when we're talking about the vital workforce pieces, that's whether people have higher priority in the lottery.
that means you get additional entries.
Yeah.
But it includes volunteer hours.
With two organizations.
Yes, or it could be bigger than that. It could be just any nonprofit that serves the county.
So like if you were to volunteer at events like seizuring or things like that, would that count towards their hours? Or would it have to be specific towards like the library or something?
I think the definition that I have in the definition section is any nonprofit serving the town or serving
Someone county.
San Juan County.
I mean, and as written, like, in order to get those extra entries, you have to volunteer quite a bit, 40 hours a month for
Yeah.
12 months. So it's like,
That's what I,
that would kind of exclude somebody that,
Yeah.
you know, one event or helps.
I think
out
that's
with
where it sort of helps
Right.
define it and
Like
make
true
sure that it's
core
not,
volunteers,
yeah, I
right.
started a nonprofit, so I can qualify for the lottery.
That is what as I, work for nonprofit, it's easy for us to give out 40 hours, like a month to a volunteer. And what I would be concerned about is like, how do we define serving the Silverton community? And like putting a little bit more clarity on that section, I think would be helpful. Cause in the theoretical world, someone could come in, start a nonprofit, register it here, do a little fundraising, have 40 hours a week and then qualify, but not actually be serving the community.
Yeah.
That the target audience of that nonprofit is not necessarily.
Yes.
County resident.
I see.
Really about.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a loophole, but then additionally, it's like, if there's 40, I think there's some exclusions like the vital workforce, but we're basically supplementing an organization for volunteer, for like potentially like a lot of time and effort. So the town's just kind of giving a subsidy to a organization essentially.
There's a big difference between you have to, for your volunteer hours to count as additional entries, it has to be for Silverton Fire Department or Silverton Medical Rescue. It can be expanded, but I think it should remain to that vital, right?
Yeah,
Right.
So it's not ski joring. Yeah. You know, great organization, but but circling back to the employment standard. Do we want to allow people who work for or who volunteer for creative district here and there, ski touring here and there?
The radio.
Yeah,
So and so.
can they cobble together from like 10 different organizations?
And do we want that to count as an employment standard?
I think my point still stands of like, which organizations, like, how do we define the service to the community? I think is my question.
Let's.
Cause like,
Yeah.
that's important of like, to know what that, because if we're gonna say, yes, this organization does qualify for that, what's the service?
I think we can all picture in our brains who those entities are, have to list them all out, but we need to be able to define the commonalities of them.
I mean, we could list them all out.
But I think, I mean, obviously, I think that list is pretty small and I think it might be better to do it that way. That way you can have a history of volunteerism and it's not somebody just doing it for, but I guess then also it comes back to enforcement further down the road. Like, so somebody did qualify for it, but then they stopped. I mean, how do we?
As soon as you own a home, that is deed restricted by the Silverton Housing Authority, you could lose your job for the Silverton school and you won't lose your house.
Yeah.
Right?
Which is.
Which is good,
Which is.
but it's also,
So if someone like volunteers like crazy so that they can qualify for an affordable home, that's the same thing as someone getting a job in Silverton to qualify for a home and then stopping. It's, so it's on par.
I think vital and essential then are words that you're like, if we're using those words, then it needs to be limited. And I don't think it should be every nonprofit.
I don't have a problem with keeping it. I really support fire department and medical rescue. Those feel like organizations that require significant amounts of time, serve a really essential function in our community. It's very limited.
And we rely on volunteerism. I know, like,
Yeah.
we have professionals, but 75% of our workforce is still volunteerism. And of course, the fire department is 100%.
Search and rescue too would be something interesting.
Well, we're combined now.
Okay.
I think what we're getting at here is we're really, when I step back and I say, okay, what is the Silverton Housing Authority trying to do? We cannot house everybody who needs a house. And we can't house everybody that needs to live here, that we want to live here. And so what we're really doing is we're targeting, we're saying, how do we set some criteria for who gets to, I mean, for lack of a better word, win the lottery and get this subsidy, you know? And so we're having to say, well, and we have the luxury as this current board to say, well, how are we really going to target it and prioritize it? It's kind of hard to say, well, we are prioritizing this community member over this community member, but that's really kind of what we have to do. Because it's really all about who are we saying qualifies for this? And so I don't really have a problem with making it a little bit more narrow.
Well, and it's not like we're saying you can't qualify if you're not in one of them.
Yeah.
It just
You
changes.
get more priority.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's not like we're just saying, well, no, it's just for these people only.
The basic qualifications are unchanged by this discussion.
That said, we could determine that having an employment standard requiring employment by an employer located in San Juan County or licensed in San Juan County, that may fall apart.
Right. But then we could keep.
But then we have priorities
Mhm.
and we can weight them even higher.
Is this board in agreement that that's our preference? Is there agreement that we want to give preferential treatment to individuals who are employed in San Juan County or Silverton? Is there any opposition to that idea? No, okay. So we either do it through qualifications and the priority, or we just do it through priority in the lottery, depending on what our options are. Okay, well said. Great.
Yep. Okay. Next is.
Oh, sorry, could I say one whole thing about the employment? The 40 hours per month seemed a little, like, is that too low? Or what do we do for someone like, Silverton Mountain comes as a great example, like someone that works in Silverton Mountain Guide. It's just sort of like, are we averaging their hours over the year, or should we do this based on a yearly hours? So that was my question, is sort of, there are a lot of unconventional workers in this community that don't work 9 to 5, 40 hours a week all year round. And so are the hours here? Like, tell me more where you got the 40 hours per month.
This is what other people do. That's a good point. We do have a really seasonal workforce.
Or I'd be curious for a guide, what is their hour? Like, if we're trying to say, hey, these are people that are here and then they're here in the summer, but they're doing different things, or maybe they're away for the summer for part of it for 2 months. I don't know. It's just, that's a pretty big employer in town. I'm not saying we preference Silverton Mountain Guides, but they are a key employer of individuals who might be thinking of this kind of housing. Or conversely, summer, people that make most of their hours in the summer.
Is it calculated on a year average or like?
It's 40 hours a month for what I saw. I think in Telluride was 40 hours per month on a rolling 8-month basis or 12-month, somewhere in between there. So it is consecutive,
I think if we
but it
increase that to 12 months.
could be
yeah.
annualized.
Yeah, because then someone from Silverton Mountain could qualify.
Yeah, or someone that makes most of their money in the summer. Could also, kind of those two flip sides.
Or like, might work at Silverton Mountain in the winter and then have to go to Durango or something.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we're trying to help.
Yeah.
Some people can, if they can't live here, they can't work here or vice versa, so.
And this is all to say that once you own a home, it is required to be your primary residence.
Right.
Right.
So,
And we'll get to that.
So the question here is the 40 hours the right amount? Should we annualize it? Add a little more verbiage here. What's the thought?
I would say at least 40 hours a month for 12 months,
Mhm,
and you can average that over the time.
mhm, mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, does that make sense, Ann? And I think with the intention of the board saying, thinking about those residents who work primarily in the summer, primarily in the winter.
And noting too, that people who don't live here yet, aren't employed here yet, as long as they have that letter of
Yeah,
intent to hire. And right before we would sell the house, there would be a double check that they did actually get hired.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I have no problem with, I think it's perfectly reasonable to have some of these, whatever units they are, be available for folks that we're trying to recruit to.
great.
So that brings up a question for me. You want to meet these income level standards. How do we check that? Do we look at their tax returns? Do they just bring in a pay stub? How's that?
Yeah, it is in section. Studios. 104, household income verification. So this section lists a non-limited list of what the Silverton Housing Authority will request in order to verify income. So I have calculated and verified income for 2 households already in Silverton, but it's W-2s, it's pay stubs, it's bank statements. Like it is a deep dive into people's financials.
And they, they have to do that if they were buying a house without this program.
Right.
So
Everything that
the bank or the lender require.
everything that they give to whoever's checking the income is exactly what you would give to the bank to get your mortgage.
So you look at tax returns in.
Mhm.
Because money can be hidden there.
Well, so this is where it is really interesting, the why I'm so glad to see the net assets here, because when you're trying to apply for a loan with the bank, you're trying to disclose all of your assets and make you look really good. And when you're trying to apply for this program, the incentive is to not disclose those kinds of resources. So I appreciate, Anne, that you have added that in, and I have some questions.
You haven't worked for 2 years, so it looks like you don't make any money, but that's because you don't have.
You have a great trust.
Got
Yeah.
a very nice life setup, then it's sort of like, wait a minute, how are,
Bought a brand new car, yeah.
Does that answer your question for now, Ron? Okay, let's go to. I don't have any comments on income level standard. Pretty cut and dry. Every year. The federal, what are they called? HUD is acronym. Housing and Urban Development, release the average income for each county and each state. That happens sometime in the spring. They never say when exactly it's gonna happen. Colorado Housing and Finance Authority then adapts those numbers. It's just a simple number that they give. They adapt it so that you can have like, what's 20% income? What's 160% income? And go off of that. So that is a pretty standard process. And staff will update these guidelines every year once they come out.
Right, and the tables at the end, the appendices would get updated with the new numbers.
Yep. The next comment, an area of focus is the property ownership standard. So as it says now, if you own a home, land, commercial property outside of San Juan County, that's allowed. We'll just put that there because that's what Telluride said. We can take that out. It says if you own property within the boundaries of San Juan County, that's commercial property or undeveloped residential property is permitted and doesn't require an exception. But if you have developed residential property within Silverton, you have to either deed it as, oh, it's either already affordable, like say you bought a home in the Silverton Housing Authority 5 years ago, and now you're pregnant with quadruplets and you need a bigger house, like they should probably be eligible for that new 4-bedroom unit that the Silverton Housing Authority is making. Or they can sell it. But their market value of that home that you're gonna sell is gonna be included into the asset calculation. I'm wondering, where do we want to start with this?
Yeah, I'm curious how everybody feels about owning other properties and then trying to, use it for housing. It seems to me like that those are crossways. Like I'm sure that there's very special circumstances and there's going to be people that, I was gifted this worthless piece of property that I can't do anything with by my family, but I can't afford this. But if people are property owners in other places and they're coming here and using this program, it doesn't seem right to me. Like if you want to live here and you own other properties, maybe you need to divest.
I agree with Tyler on that.
What's the origin of that? Do you know?
No,
Weird.
and it was in a couple different guidelines. I put it in
Other communities.
From other communities. I put it in here as is because I feel like it's a great talking point.
Yeah.
I think the commercial piece to me in San Juan County could be worth debating the nuance because we're requiring people to work in San Juan County. Someone's business might be owning a commercial space in San Juan County that they can't live in, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they have that liquidity to buy a house. And we're already saying in the assets, like if they own a very expensive piece of property, it's probably going to exclude them in the asset calculation, right? Of commercial property.
Which
Or could.
now they could file an exception request for that too and be like, I have a really important business. It's worth a lot, but I only make this much money and I don't have a home. So there is an avenue to get through these things.
I'm wondering if instead of saying, these property owners can or can't do this, if we said no property owners, and then you can file an exception, because I think there'd be far fewer people that own property that are going to apply for this program.
Yeah.
That would then apply for an exception that we could look at. I mean, the one reason we don't want to have a bunch of exceptions is because then this board, then we just have to meet all the time. But if we find the more rare instances, I don't know.
Goes back to your point, and I think of who we're trying to create a pool, of who we're trying to target, and those are people who generally don't have.
Yeah.
I don't want to water this down to the point to where every single person's like, hey, it doesn't matter if I have a property, a new car, trust fund, whatever. Sure, I'm gonna throw my name in the lottery, why not?
Yeah, but it gets
I don't want
abused.
that. Yeah, exactly.
We're narrowing the scope.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think for outside San Juan County.
Yeah.
Like, this is a great example. I'm gonna pick on my sister for a second. She's a teacher in Summit County. This is a concrete example. She's a teacher in Summit County. It's been incredibly unaffordable for years. They've lived in substandard rental for a long time. It's been very cheap. They bought a house in Pagosa and rented it out, right? So they don't live in Pagosa. That's not their community. That's not where they're working, but they have a house in Pagosa because that was affordable. And they can rent it out. So they bought their second home before they ever bought their first home, right? They didn't use it as a vacation home, but they bought it there so they could start building equity. But if I was thinking of an applicant like that in San Juan County, I think we should have a requirement that you have to sell that property and it gets used, or the value of that property gets.
Are you investing here personally, or are you investing here strictly for maybe possible financial gain in the future?
Because we do have a big pool of those people who don't have any assets, who
Yeah.
need housing,
Yeah. So I have no problem excluding LA. you own stuff out.
If I'm just a landlord trying to build up my rental pool, gotta get a couple of these Silverton houses.
So I think, so it goes to the question, I mean, Jim, you kind of said it, of how do we, are we trying to target workers? Or are we trying to target business? The folks in San Juan County that would own a commercial property would likely be some sort of business owner. So are we saying we want to exclude them off the bat, which is what we're trying to say, and we want to.
Business owner or business property, like they own the property too, because I mean, when I moved back to
There's a lot of-
Silverton, I was a business owner and I didn't have, I had,
Yeah.
I got it for a couple of $1,000s.
Leasing or renting?
No property. So that like definitely know some people like that started like that would, I feel like
I think that's different.
qualify. But if you own, I don't know.
The ownership of real property.
Right, okay, thank you. I didn't set
Well,
that.
yeah,
Sorry.
I think that's what the text says.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it just is, it's important to remember that we still do have this net asset standard.
That's
Yeah.
gonna exclude a lot of people.
Right, right. And if, I personally think that this item D here under, whatever number it is.
It's so messy.
103.2D, I really like the way this, I think it, to me, strikes the right balance.
So you're saying keep it as is, Carl,
That's my view, yeah.
but including property
Number two,
ownership
though.
is allowed, like you're not automatically disqualified from applying if you own property outside of Silverton. You're not automatically disqualified if you own undeveloped residential property.
Yeah, the only automatic disqualifier as I read it in here is like, if you have real property within the county.
But then what about out of the county? If
Yeah, I think
essential house.
I disagree on I think if you own property outside of the county, that is also a disqualifier.
I mean, I see it as the same thing, like if we have this net asset standard, like. You know, people might have a variety of investments and yeah, I don't think that it's necessary to pile on top of that, but. I'd be.
I don't know, I am-
willing to disagree on that.
Yeah, I don't know. I just like. If they have other investments and this is just one of those investments, that's where I'm like, no.
Right, well,
We want
the one that they're
we want
buying,
you to
it needs
invest
to be their
yourself.
primary residence.
Right. But
Yeah.
then the easier we can make it for however we enforce it also.
Right.
Because I've been here a long time and I definitely saw some of the original affordable homes just get abused, right? They got bought, they weren't primary residences, then they got flipped after, however many years and, I was like, oh, that's not what those were,
But the intention here, the guidelines here preserve it. Prevent that from happening because of the.
Right, this is
various
and this is
Right.
a much
We have
much more solid
restrictions.
stuff, yeah.
Yeah, that have to go
Yeah.
with it. So,
made this.
yes, exactly. And you're saving us from ourselves from years ago. So Carl, what you're saying is like, is this splitting hairs? Because when you get to the net asset calculations, like basically what some members of the board are saying is just at the get-go, we're kind of disclosing our bias against property owner, people that already own property. That's what we're saying. We're saying, nope, you're just excluded from even qualifying. What I hear you saying, Carl, is that I'm not convinced we have to exclude people just on the basis of they own property outside or inside Silverton. But when we get to the net assets, those investments are going to be calculated. And so if someone is a multimillionaire property owner outside of San Juan County, they're going to be excluded off the bat because of net asset.
Right, I mean, I can imagine, and many scenarios where somebody owns a property that's not worth very much and is not substantially contributing to their ability to afford a home here. I personally, I think if we're worried about equity, I would, and restricting this from people that hold a lot of wealth, I would consider, the net asset standard at 2 times the home price to be a little high. But I think that would be the place to address, like, what's the wealth level of the people we want this to serve. I don't think that like totally off the bat, just excluding somebody because they own property somewhere that doesn't support our mission as I see it.
My question is, how do you know that they own property outside of San Juan County? That doesn't necessarily show up on tax returns. or any information, if you don't rent it, that doesn't show as income. It just shows as maybe property you've invested in.
And don't you have stuff under the assets, like under the asset, you require folks to disclose? I mean, we're like, how do we enforce this, right? We hire a private investigator. I mean, at some level, the housing authority is limited. If people are really trying to fraud the housing authority, there's probably ways for them to do it.
That's a good point, Ron. Maybe we do get rid of, if you own property outside of San Juan County, that's not allowed.
Because it's hard to.
Or you can ask for, and like I said, you can ask for the exception. And again, if you do own just, you know, a little property that's not worth a lot, maybe it was a family gift or, you know, whatever that, however you can get it. But you're like, yeah, look, I would like an exception and here's why.
Right.
Might be easier than just doing it the opposite way, which is, okay, well, we're gonna wait for the net assets to come around and probably could be picked up in the net assets too. But I just feel like trying to make it more foolproof on the front end, maybe, but.
I think just like your point, Dana, earlier, of like, who are we trying to target? And it's like, we can't give it to everyone. If you have, you know, assets in any way, that just gives you a little bit of leg up on life versus someone who doesn't. And if it is a, you know, piece of property that, yeah, isn't worth anything, then there's process for exemptions.
Through the asset piece or through.
Yeah.
Filing for an
Yeah.
exemption.
Who are we trying to target here? We just went over those values.
Again, I personally think this is best addressed through the net assets. Like, I don't think it's a good idea to be pointing people towards like, oh, you can get an exemption, you can get an exception. Like, I think that creates a lot of workload. I think that burdens the process. And I also think it makes it less clear over like, who are we actually, you know, trying to serve here? It's people who don't have the wealth necessary to buy a home through the free market. And I think that, you know, we'll get to that next. I think that 2 times the home purchase price might be a little high for a net asset standard. But I feel like that's a better place to address this conversation.
It's kind of like moving the lever on income, like what income level are we targeting or what net? Like, it's just one other way of moving the lever so that the population that you're targeting shifts the direction you want it to be. And to Ron's point again, like we have these pieces in here of the net asset standards or like technically people would have to disclose if they own property wherever, right? I have some lot in Minnesota on the lake that grandma gave us. How do we enforce that? I mean, if people don't share that with us, like, we only have so many ways into people's financial lives, correct?
Right. And we might not always know the fair market value of something that they own too, there's not a good way to calculate that. And yeah, I think there's always going to be some fuzziness around.
And actually, that's a really good point, which, you know, if they own profit or if they own property and we're going to try and figure out if they're going to be allowed to apply for this based on net assets, but then we can't figure out what the worth is. Isn't it easier than to say, if you already own property, you have to apply for an exemption?
Yeah. That's a really good point. So otherwise, yeah, it's like, then it might not be able to meet the.
One of the things I'm thinking about in this conversation is if I'm talking to, you know, any of my friends in town that have been trying to buy houses for, you know, 5, 6, 10 years. I'm like, yeah, we're starting this new program, and if people own property somewhere else, they can apply for it. I mean, they're just gonna, based on that alone, without going into all of the qualifiers, they're gonna be like, what? How is that a thing? And I mean, I know there's more nuance than that, but I don't know.
And this says you can't apply, you just have to, you know, sell basically, which.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, if one puts the burden on Ann to figure out the value of the asset versus like them having to prove that they should need exemption. So the burden of like work too is on the applicant, not the housing authority.
Except making the determination on the exemption is on a board or a committee.
You feel strongly either how do you feel when it, and especially when it comes to that, doing that due diligence?
It's a lot of work to check, to verify income. It's a lot of work to verify assets. And people do it, like people do check assets, find the fair market value. Yeah, I see both sides. I think we could probably expect exception requests every application round, always.
Yeah. Yeah, not just for this, right? For
Not just for this.
the litany of things.
Which is why you want the subcommittee.
Yeah.
But that's great.
It's kind of why I feel like I might rather prefer to defer to Carl's argument, which is like, you don't have to have an exception if you just own the property, but then we get into the net assets, and then that's the potential where you have a little bit more nuanced discussion around value and how, I don't know, I can see this argument where if we do it solely based on ownership of property, you're probably going to get more requests for exemptions. Whereas if we filter people out through the net assets piece, that's just a bit more clear cut, like this is the value of this thing. We're going to do the calculations. You do qualify, you don't qualify, you're in, you're out. Your lot that grandma gave you is worth too much, or your second home that you bought in Pagosa that's, rented out is too much. And you have to say, like, here's what you can do around it. Here's how we're going to calculate it. When I first read this too, I kind of had the same feeling you did, Tyler. Sort of like, it just feels weird that you would let people who already own property qualify. But there are also, I can picture the situations where someone has a lot either in town or elsewhere that like doesn't allow them, the lot is not furthering their ability to have accessibility to a home. And we deal with the value of that lot in the net assets calculation. So if we say you really need to sell this lot, then that's kind of where you are. Like, we might really have people where to get the down payment, because they're still gonna have to have some sort of down payment, or like a lot of these homeownership, you're still gonna have some cash, then they might need to sell that to have the cash to do it. And so then all of a sudden they qualify for the house and they have a little bit of this asset that allows them to actually be in a home, but they were never going to be able to use that asset to qualify for a market rate house. I don't know. Can you do it in the net asset piece instead of in this blanket?
But I think we can all agree that that there needs to be
restrictions.
some restriction based off of that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And it doesn't, I'm sorry. And this is outside of county, right? If they own undeveloped residential property in town.
Seems like as written, undeveloped is allowed, but they can't own a home.
Undeveloped residential is permitted,
It's a developed residential property.
right? So if they have undeveloped residential property, they're still allowed to apply.
But I don't get why developed residential property outside of San Juan County is not allowed, but
You mean is allowed?
is allowed. Yes, where developed inside is not. I just feel like
I
developed.
think because if they own residential property in San Juan County and they're desperately in need of a home, there's their home. I think that's,
Again, I'm gonna pick on my.
they already have a home they can live in Silverton, and they're a part of our community.
This would be an example of a case study. She owns a house in Pagosa that was cheaper than Summit, right? She cannot buy a house in Summit at market value. She's in a cheap rental. She applied, let's say Summit is Silverton. So I'm just using her as a hypothetical. So then she wants to qualify for this. When we go to look at her assets, we say, oh, you own a house in Pagosa. That is going to get calculated into your net asset calculation. It doesn't automatically disqualify you because that house is not your residence. It's not where you're living, that you can live in the community where you work. But you might be advised, or you might have to say, you have to sell that house to move here, to be here, to qualify for this home.
Yeah.
But it does potentially it expands the target of who we're targeting to people that have some assets.
Which, I mean, if we're talking about home buyers here, like nobody's coming into this with $0.
Right.
You have to have some capital to buy a home, period. We're trying to make it more accessible, but we're not giving out free houses.
But then the other thing, and I guess if I own a couple of lots in town that aren't developed, I still qualify. Which is strange.
Net asset
Fall.
I agree.
calculation. If your net asset calculation allows you to qualify.
I feel like I'm still like a little not convinced and just in like the people we're trying to really help are the people most in need. And like, we're just trying to narrow the pool to help meet that qualification. And I think I would have a hard time explaining to folks in town why we would allow people who own property outside of town, who own property in general. I think you do need to have assets, but it's just like, then that's something you gotta sell. Like, that's gonna be really tough for people who are living in town. I could see a situation where someone living in town applies. Someone living in town but has property also applies. And the person with property, like that doesn't feel like that fairness and like equity.
I mean, but like, what if somebody has, they have $300,000 in a retirement account or something? Like, I can imagine all kinds of assets that people would hold that have an equivalent value. Some might even be more liquid and have, more value in that way. And I think that it needs to fall into the net assets piece and not, create these extra hurdles that are actually not furthering our mission of targeting those people that are having trouble.
Because we could have a teacher who lives in New Mexico and owns a home in New Mexico, trying to move here to fill a teacher position. They could apply for an exception during the application process. Or we could just allow it. Tricky. Why we're having this discussion?
I think this is an interesting question of why other communities have had this in. What have they learned? Like, we're so new at this. We're just babies, right? Learning this. So I'm curious on this piece. What have other communities learned with the various applications they've seen? Because it's probably got in here because they saw a whole variety of applications and we're like, oh, people, to Carl's point, the home ownership piece, we're not talking about rentals per se here when we're talking about these. And so home ownership, people are going to have some money. It's going to be in a savings account. It's going to be in a bank account. It's going to be in a retirement account. It's going to be a gift from a family member and generational wealth, but it's not zero, to your point, Carl. And so restricting any previous or current ownership of property seems a little bit like picking on a certain type of asset, even though, again, I totally get your point, Tyler, but just kind of, and Lindsay, it feels wrong. But I think Carl, you make a compelling case that it's not really that holding a real estate asset is not that different than holding $50,000 in a bank account that you've been saving for a while, or having it, like you said, I mean, we talk about exclusions related to retirement accounts or whatever, but.
Well, I think the important difference too is that we still are requiring that, like, this is your primary residence.
Yeah.
That's crucial. And if you own another residence in Silverton, that's a habitable, developed residential property, you're also excluded, because we want people to move to Silverton. Like, the goal is to create equity within our community to allow people to live and own homes here. And I think if we think with that purpose in mind, that makes a lot of sense to me.
Right, because the teacher from New Mexico. Well,
I guess what if they end up renting out their house in New Mexico then and then making income off of that as well, on top of getting an affordable home?
I think
guess for me it's the
that in
developers.
income.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess the developed residential property, allowing that anywhere, I think is just, doesn't sit too much right now. But.
Sorry, can I ask I liked your point about like other communities have already experienced this. Like, is this gonna happen? Like, does this happen a lot? Are we just like splitting hairs here? Like, I'm curious of like, could we ask other communities what they've experienced and how they've sort of dealt with this situation before we like narrow down exactly what we want to do? Because I think we're going in We're doing this.
We have a lot of hypotheticals and we don't really know what problem we're trying to solve.
Yeah.
I think your Ray's got a bunch of housing that they're doing right now. Check with them and see how they've handled it.
Is that something we could do?
Yes.
Okay.
And these guidelines can be amended later.
I mean, we're trying to not do anything really stupid. This.
Let's learn from other people's mistakes. That's what we do. Yeah.
Don't want to just completely rebuild the wheel.
But I think you need to make a sacrifice. Want a home here. If you've got property somewhere else, make a decision. Do you want to stay where your house is or do you want to move here? It's not a free deal.
And you can keep that other asset somewhere else. You just don't qualify for this. Have a nice day. Out on the open market. Have fun.
Well, personally, that's where I think like the net asset standard should be substantially lower than the 2 times the purchase price. And I think that might address a lot of this. Like I would advocate for the purchase price being the net asset limit, like at the original purchase price. But I don't want to move the discussion.
No, that's okay.
Section E will end up becoming the catch-all for everything else.
Well, I mean, I think it's the broadest category, right? That's where we're addressing personal wealth, like, right?
Solves it with numbers.
Right, and ahead of that, we already have, residency standard, employment standard, like those things are covered. And then how do we ensure that somebody isn't taking advantage of those by not working for 2 years, as Tyler said? And that's where we address well.
With the assets. Okay, so it sounds like what we're saying, Ann, is that we'd like a little bit more investigation on, if possible, in other communities, why they have this ownership option outside of the counties. Not requiring an exception. What have they learned? And it sounds like another pin I would put here to Ron's point is like, well, maybe we allow that property ownership to not disqualify someone, but there's a similar requirement to what there is under the, if you own as a developed residential unit, we just say, like, you have to sell it. You can't own both. You can't, I mean, I don't know if we're legally allowed. Again, to Carl's point, we might be more legally protected under the net asset limitations than we are under you're excluded because you own property elsewhere. I don't know. I'm not sure, but we could have something in here that says, yeah, you're not automatically excluded if you own property developed or undeveloped or residential or commercial elsewhere. But you have to sell it like we specify in the developed residential in Silverton guidelines.
Okay. Brings us to net asset standard. Something that I just wanted to put out there. Really common affordable housing world and ideologies is that like wealth is bad because these programs are for poor people. However, housing is seen as the #1 way to build wealth and equity in the United States. And so I went to a conference this spring and this guy, Mike Lofton from HomeWise, this organization called HomeWise, said something that like rich people are the ones that should be in equity capped programs, not poor people, you know? And I was like, wow, that is genius. That said, though, as the guidelines state now, household net assets should not exceed 2 times the original purchase price of the housing unit. And there are exclusions from assets. So in this, exclusions from assets will require subcommittee review. But it's based on like health accounts, Roth IRA, savings, and that sort of deal. So we don't, which I like.
Yeah, we don't want to penalize people saving for retirement or putting money in college money. Yeah.
And if you pull out of there, you get penalized, so.
Yes, yeah, it's like not generating well, yeah.
Can get some for a home.
Yeah.
Without penalties, but yeah.
That's, yeah, case by case basis,
Mhm.
which is included in this exclusion. So, two things that I really want to touch on here is that 2 times the original purchase price number. And then the other one is a one-time gift of up to 30% of the original purchase price. Is considered asset and not income. So do we want to cap one-time gifts? And do we want to allow people to pay cash for a home, an affordable home? Is something that we can.
The entire value.
Mhm.
That's a down payment for a fair market house.
Yep,
I mean, maybe it's controversial, but if you could pay cash for what's the number, 200 and some $1,000 house?
Pay that.
That's a down payment for a fair market value. No one has that much cash in the bank.
Like maybe 5%.
So if we're talking about like a 2-person, I was looking at just 100% of AMI, I pulled those out. Look at, that would be like a $262,000 house. If you have that in cash. Wow. Let's see this.
One bedroom unit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that the net asset standard being 2 times the original purchase price is too high. And I think that maybe I would advocate for reducing that to the original purchase price. I think that maybe seems aggressively low to some, and I'm curious why the Telluride one that's referenced here is so high. But I think that makes a lot of sense to me. I think it's very understandable. I think that it clearly limits people who could not afford this home without the support that we're providing, without being able to buy into these deed restricted subsidized housing units. And I'm curious what everybody else thinks about that.
Can I ask the why? Like, do you know why Telluride had it? So this is just based on Telluride's, what do other communities? Because like Telluride, yeah, it's close, like we are not. Yeah, like what's a more comparison, like comparable community?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay,
I think some actually exclude it altogether, which is kind of interesting.
Exclude assets. You mean if you have any net assets, you're excluded?
Yep.
Uh-huh.
So, and that's the state standard. That's the state standard. The state says you can have a ton of money in stocks and bonds and real estate. The only thing that's going to count for that, for you to qualify for this home, you'd be working really low paying job, minimum wage. The money that you're taking home from your minimum wage job, plus any interest that's earned on your accounts is income. And so that's also something to consider when we think about net assets. If your high yield savings account is bringing in this much money every month, that counts as your income.
And that would show up on people's tax returns.
And it shows up in your bank statements.
Yeah. Okay.
So the state does not have a net asset standard.
So they would not exclude people based on solely based on like if you would just.
Income.
An income standard.
Income only.
If you had $1 million in the bank, they would, or in stocks and bonds and like real estate, they would only count the interest
Mhm.
you earn on that.
Right. And then the smart person would say, okay, let's take all of this out of the market. Let's put it in a bank account for now that's earning very low interest. Let's get my income down. I really think the net asset standard is a good thing for us.
It limits the ways that people can qualify that we aren't trying to target.
I just feel like there's like, someone made that decision, right? Like someone made a decision on the state level, someone made a decision Telluride, and I'm curious about why. Cause like maybe we're missing something, you know, like Carl, you brought up a great point, like as we're kind of halfway through a conversation, like maybe we're just not seeing a piece there.
I think,
It's really hard to find.
yeah, I think also maybe one of the things that comes to my mind is, a lot, because they are deed restricted long-term, I think a lot of people that might otherwise be like, oh, I'm gonna try and do this affordable housing thing. Since it is deed restricted, people may not be as interested, right? If they can't turn it around and sell it in even 10 years for, double, triple the price, then.
Right, that's an important note.
Right,
The
they're not
equity you
gonna-
can grow within these homes is very limited.
Yeah, and so I think that's gonna exclude a lot of people that would otherwise maybe be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try and get in on this deal and try and.
Yeah.
So you're saying maybe these programs realize like, if we're so exclusive, it meets the intent of what we're trying to do, and yet we have no applicants.
Right.
And so they had to go broader, which doesn't like, that doesn't.
But it's obvious, and obviously there's a lot of people that just absolutely need this program, but I think certain people are like, oh, if I can't do what I want with my property after X, couple of years, or if I have a big life change, then I don't want to have anything to do with this. So, and it's understandable.
Right, there's too many restrictions.
Right.
And it's not, again, we're sold, I mean, your point, Ann, was really interesting here. It's like, again, the way the market works in the United States is like home ownership is this generation of wealth. And you spin the roulette wheel and hope that you're in a market that appreciates or doesn't, and that can impact the long-term financial status for decades.
And it's also a basic need and everyone to have access to it, which is a crazy, that article that we talked about. It's just like housing is very interesting.
Yeah.
Carl said the asset limit should be the original purchase price of the home.
So that you were saying this like $200,000 home for for the 1 bedroom, that is the total net assets that a person would be able to have to apply. This kind of seems reasonable.
And then we also were saying the exclusions to that is you could potentially deduct retirement accounts.
Yeah.
529 college accounts, health savings accounts, and so.
I'm fine with that. I think that's reasonable, especially in Silverton too.
Should it be lower?
If you've got $300,000 house you're looking at, and you got $300,000 in assets, I'm not sure you're the person who's qualified for that home.
Especially if you can discount your 501k, health savings, yeah, because what are the assets we're talking about then?
I mean, personally, I would entertain like pushing that as low as we feel comfortable with, honestly. But, within, I think having it benchmarked to the percentage of the original purchase price is important because that, captures all these inflationary and market pressures
Yeah, absolutely.
within one number.
So, okay, so Ann, question to you, like if we have a 1 bedroom at 100% of AMI, that's a $230,000 price right now. And a down payment for that, or let's see, you had the 30% in here as like a 30% down payment idea.
That
Two.
I just took from someone else. The thought is, that we would allow a gift for a down payment. It would be an asset though, and it wouldn't be income, and that's how it's defined.
And
State
mortgage does that, yeah, so that would be like $70,000. If you went a little less than that, you'd say, I guess what I'm trying to get at is what is the number that someone could have saved up as an asset in their bank account or get a gift from a relative or whoever for a down payment? I kind of think we shouldn't, if we're gonna look at net assets, we shouldn't make that number lower than maybe what that 20% of the purchase price is, or 30% of the purchase price is. I don't know.
I would say just because you have $100,000 in the bank doesn't mean that you can afford a market rate house right now if you're a teacher or a government employee, because mortgage rates are through the roof.
And we still have this income restriction.
And so having that big of a down payment is kind of the way that you like,
Bring your monthly payment down.
yeah. So you're subsidizing it further.
Yeah.
So I don't want to go too low.
Complicated, Jen.
Oh, yeah, sure. I was laughing at Gloria. She brought her own food.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was gonna say, is this a place where we can also get additional like research?
I really
You have-
don't want to do that.
Okay,
I will,
yeah. It's
but
just,
I have already asked so many questions. I'm happy to keep going.
yeah.
But I really think that we need to start somewhere
And see what it does.
and see what it does. Start where what we think, we're making an educated guess here. Sorry to shoot that down so hard.
I understand if you've done a lot of research. I think it's just in that, yeah, like kind of experimentation of like what other communities are doing, what's worked well, and it's like not necessarily clear. And that's really tough. And we're trying to like make a decision for like the best decision for the community.
And
Sometimes these are experimental processes. We don't know the unintended consequences until we try it. We don't know. I mean, and you've learned a ton, and I could see that reflected in here from the lottery you just did.
I think as long as we have an exception process, we can start somewhere. And what I will say is that standards are really good because it ensures fair, transparent rules. However, every single person's financial history and circumstance and income and job and life is so incredibly different from each person. And so, yeah, I think like, let's start somewhere. Maybe we start at the purchase price. Maybe we start at 80% of the purchase price. I think it feels good amongst everyone that 2 times is too much. So yeah. Say, let's start at 80 or 100. Or another number that you all have, but I don't want to go too low here either.
Agreed.
Is anybody opposed to that?
First suggestion is best suggestion.
Yeah, just the price of the, yeah.
Ron, you had a
And then do we want to add something that says can't pay in cash is the thing though? It would be kind of crazy to put all of your assets all at once into one house, but you could do it.
To a deed restricted house.
Right.
But there's, yeah. I think 80 seems to fit within that context. And when you raise that point, I mean, that really just makes it very clear, like, this is a home that even if you pulled all your assets, you could not afford. That's why you qualify for this program.
That's it.
So
I
you're
agree.
suggesting 80.
Yeah, and I think so, yeah.
And no cash purchase.
Well, I think that would.
Right, that
exclude you
just-
from a
yeah,
cash
that's
purchase
it.
because whatever gift you're receiving
Right.
is also included
Right.
within that.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Two birds.
Done.
Like it.
Okay, minimum household size. This point, okay. Affordable sale prices are calculated each year. They're based on household size. This is the number of people in your family, but you don't have to be related, but your household that you are living with. It's based on 1.5 people, which is confusing at first. And I'm learning that it makes sense. Because like right now, we're developing a pro forma for the Anvil townhomes. And the sale price for 2 people for 2-bedroom is lower than 3 people for 2-bedroom. And like, while it's really important that we cater to people's needs, we have no idea who's going to apply to these homes. So I think it's better to have just, maybe it's better to have just one number per bedroom size of the home. what I'm getting at here is that the industry standard is one person is a 1-bedroom studio and then up to 3 people. 2-bedroom is 2 to 4 people. I wanted to bring this up because this is kind of the standard in the state. It makes a lot of sense for development performance, making it all pencil out. Trying to have like a catch-all net. Something to consider though is that 33% of the respondents to the home ownership survey are single people.
Yeah.
So my suggestion is to go with how it's written, which says, if you are a single person applying for a home, which you totally deserve, and I don't want people to think that I don't mean that, but you have to rent out that 2nd bedroom because it would be a shame to put such a huge subsidy. I don't know.
We're trying to.
Yeah, we need.
It gets so messy, but like, these are huge public subsidies that are making this house affordable. And if you have an empty bedroom or it's your gear closet, when someone could be living there, like, that's a waste of subsidy. Would I love a person to have a 2nd room to like do it?
You're absolutely right.
It's hard.
Our goal is to house people.
Yeah.
Mission statement, right
And-
there.
A bite.
Maybe we should, let's go back to the mission statement.
House people, not bites. Again, we all love our gear. I think it's important, and the tricky part, Anne, is that when we start talking about this, and housing is such an emotional issue because it's a right, it affects all of us, it creates such anxiety when we don't have it. And it creates such financial pressure, you know, some of the comments we got about how much people are spending on their household rent. But at the same time, I think it's important for anybody listening and anybody that becomes part of this program is recognizing that there's significant subsidy going into this. There's significant public subsidy, and that's a great thing because we're trying to fix a market that's kind of broken for what we want in our community. And at the same time, that subsidy isn't going to everybody. And so there's some trade-offs to it. Like you said, Ron, earlier, I think, like there's kind of a cost to being a part of this. You don't get to have it all. You don't get to have your tons of assets elsewhere and get this unit. You were housing people. So it kind of sounds like, oh, you're in affordable housing, so you don't get your gear closet. And at the same time, we're trying to house people.
Right, it's saying you're in affordable housing, so you get a place to live. Like, we can frame that as a positive thing, right? Yeah.
Great, can afford.
It goes back to our conversation a few weeks ago too, around like what we want it to look like. I think we were all in agreement that we want these to be like nice places to live. So it's not like their quality of life is gonna be bad, just, you know, get a gear closet.
Yeah. And maybe it means in our zoning code.
There is a gear.
Oh, for storage units.
Or, yeah,
There is a gear closet, but you don't get your yoga studio, private yoga studio.
Right.
No. But,
Bedroom needs to be used as a bedroom.
Is anybody opposed to this idea? Household size standards.
can you go over it one more time? I'm sorry. I think I got lost in the sauce.
okay.
The chart is helpful on page 22.
There's a person named Xander. Xander is one person. Xander
Isn't invisible.
works for the county. And they need a place to live. They apply for a 2-bedroom house that's for sale. If they file an exception saying that they agree to have a tenant, which is outlined in the rental procedure part of this document, it'll be regulated by Silverton Housing Authority. They'll make sure that they have a tenant. So Xander's allowed to buy a house. Xander just has to agree to have a tenant.
Great, right. Xander's not excluded from buying a 2-bedroom or a 3-bedroom.
No,
Xander has.
It's just an additional agreement that Xander's saying that, yes, I agree to this, that this 2nd bedroom will be rented out.
And it has to be rented affordably, that's.
Yeah, and it's following the rental procedure, which is somewhere in here.
109.2.
Thank you.
it's 6:40. I want to do kind of a time check. I want to make sure we leave at least 4 minutes for questions plus chance for stand up. So I'm gonna give us 10 more minutes to discuss.
Great.
That's okay with you, Anne?
Yep.
And it's super helpful. I think we all really want to get it right. I think we've had some productive conversations, so if we need to revisit the latter part of this, great, but however you want to use the next 10 minutes.
Okay. Any objections to requiring a single person to have a tenant in a 2-bedroom unit?
Other than how do you enforce that after the person bought the home?
After everything in here I've written,
He's been,
enforcement. I don't, how do we enforce all of these rules? It's gonna be.
It's explained here, compliance checks will be conducted annually. And it'll be a form, and there's penalties for owners that don't like respond to the form. It adds workload to the Silverton Housing Authority, but that's our purpose, is to make sure that these homes are being used as intended. And so by buying an affordable home through the Silverton Housing Authority, you are agreeing to these guidelines, which require an annual compliance check.
But income fluctuation does not count towards those compliance checks.
No.
Not for purchase, for rental,
For,
be determined
yeah, every year.
for rent.
Once you buy a home, your income can fluctuate and change.
Yeah.
But when the time your lease ends, you have to reapply or be recounted.
And so the compliance checks for home ownership would relate to,
Is it your primary residence?
yeah,
Are you,
if you're renting a,
you have a tenant?
I had one more question about the amount of rooms per person. Can Xander buy a 3-bedroom house so long as he rents out 2 bedrooms?
That's your question. There probably doesn't make enough money to afford. No, no, he can't.
oh yeah, because it has max.
There's maximums.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Copy.
The minimum household size for
Yeah.
3, yeah. Well, but, oh, yeah.
Okay. We're gonna move to priority entry matrix, which is on page 11. As we have it now, vital workforce can get 3 additional entries, local workforce is based on time worked here and lived here. And then qualified retired and qualified disabled can get up to 2 entries. I can't remember who does it. Some do like, so if we got rid of the employment standard, which we may have to, I would suggest that we bump up these entries so that you get like, I can't remember who does it. Someone's like 10 entries,
Like heavily preference.
heavily preference. So that someone who, yeah,
The school teacher is gonna get, hopefully, right?
as opposed to the remote worker,
Right.
who's still a valuable community member.
It's okay to say this is our priority.
I'm not taking offense. No offense.
It just, because it is a lottery, at the end of the day, right? Yeah.
Yep. Okay, so I just wanted to say, are you all comfortable with these numbers as is with the employment standard? And then would you be comfortable with me increasing them if we have to get rid of the employment?
Absolutely.
Great. Any opposed? No? Okay.
Lottery process.
I think that we should really get a lottery ball machine. No, that you use the weird thing, but you have one?
Make it a big.
From bingo? Yeah.
I like
the things. Yeah.
A number system or something anonymous, not just the names.
Okay, that was my other question.
Mhm.
A lot of other places do names. As soon as these homes sell, they become public record who bought it. The Violence Against Women Act would require the name to be changed or anonymous to protect. So, do we want to go all anonymous? Do we want to have names? It's weird either way, honestly.
Depends on if we're having a lottery ball party or not.
Yeah, lottery ball party, and then you get the giant check and then you shake their hand.
So only the person selected for the house would have their name public.
Whoever gets the
Like,
name on the
on the
deed
deed.
is.
That would
That
be,
you can look that up at the court's anyway.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen.
well, I'm just like,
So.
200
yeah.
people apply, we're not putting out 200 people's names, we're only putting out the name.
Oh, just-
Yeah, that's,
It's only one person and
I
then,
mean, but like the last lottery that we did was 3 homes, sorry. And there are 3 applicants, so immediately I knew who all 3 were. All those names were, that was actually anonymous.
Mhm.
So it may not just be one name that's publicized. I'm not sure why other people do names. I'm not,
Okay, this goes to a little interesting conversation around just sort of like this program and how you help sell it, support it, promote it in the community. Like if it's this like fun, exciting thing, it's helping to sell that story that this is a huge benefit that people are getting. This is exciting things we're doing in this community. I don't know. It's
What
more
if-
of a marketing piece,
Yeah.
but
And we're serving people.
we're serving
I
people.
wonder, if-
lottery ball numbers would still be numbers
Yeah.
anonymous.
Yeah.
I wonder if people don't want their name to be, publicized. I mean, obviously it will be, but maybe they're like, I don't want people to know that I'm relying on the affordable housing portion of it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's tricky in this tiny community.
Right, people are gonna know.
Herds in, it's
But-
all,
In town's gonna know anyway.
yeah, yeah.
the concern is about safety. For why we make it anonymous,
Mhm.
is what it sounds like.
But there
Only for the,
violence against women.
which we have to follow that statute anyway.
Anyway, yeah,
That's,
Right.
Stay long.
And ultimately, it's public record at the end of, it doesn't stay anonymous,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm. Once the house sells, it's public.
Mhm. I don't know.
But the Silverton Housing Authority could remain anonymous.
and they've been doing it anonymously? Or the last lottery was anonymous, you said?
Mhm.
let's see, I mean, if it worked, I don't see why you change it.
Yeah.
Okay. Um,
Yeah.
Okay,
Pagosa Springs Community Development Corporation is requiring that everyone be present at the time of lottery drawing. Thought I'd put that out there, but if it's anonymous, then maybe not.
yeah, and also, what if they're working?
Right.
Totally.
I think, and I leave.
How badly do you want this
nominations
out?
up- They're gonna
I
get
think-
fired,
Yeah.
it's their job.
What if they're working their 3rd job bartending?
Right, and then they're gonna get fired, and then they're not gonna be able to make their house payment, and then they're gonna be thrown on the streets. and-
Okay.
I would say with whatever you've already done, we should just continue to go with.
Okay, but switch
Gotta show up.
from, it was a random number generator to doing the balls.
Oh, I really love the balls idea, but I don't think we should because people will say it's rigged.
Okay, but people will say that.
That's
random
everything.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
Here's what Clayton said. Clayton said that we should not allow people to appeal the lottery results.
Totally.
Right,
Yes.
They can sue us, but
that's why we have Clayton.
that's why we have Clayton.
There should be exemptions and appeals process for qualification. There should not be an appeals process for the lottery.
Yeah.
Um. That is what I have. We did it. Unless there are any other points that we want to cover,
Xander.
And just talking about having pizza with Xander.
Yes.
Was there anything else on the rest of this that anybody had? Or
my question is, if we find out that an employment standard is allowed, do we want to keep that? Saying that you have to work for a company licensed in San Juan County.
Yeah, I'd be for keeping that.
Okay.
anyone opposed?
Oh, no.
40 hours a month, right?
Mhm.
And then there's and again, we have an exemption process.
Right. And I think this is really great work. I think this is what we've been missing for a long time to add a lot of robustness. So way to go
Thanks, Ann.
to the community. We're still gonna make mistakes. We're doing our best. Like, we're working really hard and we're figuring this out. And we are really, according to other outside consultants, the town of Silverton is doing more than the city of Cleveland. So I think we're crushing it. So if you have more questions, please add them to a future agenda item. I wanted to open it up really quick. We have about 5 more minutes. We said that we would have options for public comment. So if anybody has been listening to this and has questions or comments, please click the raise hand button and we'll promote you to panelist and you will have 3 minutes. And Melody, we see you. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
It occurred to me, I didn't hear all of this because I got a phone call, but it occurred to me while I'm listening to you that none of you probably really lived here at the time when we had a lot of available housing. And I wanted to point out some stuff that used to happen. We had a bus, say it wasn't Greyhound, but it was a bus that stopped here every day. And a lot of people would get off of that bus because God told them to. And they would be able to find a place to stay for a while. Some of them would try to camp out. And you would inherit the problem of whatever they brought with them. And we don't have housing that allows a lot of this now. But you want to think that some of these things can happen if you, as you go through this process. One of the things that Bill Masters said probably 30 years ago about San Miguel County was one of his biggest problems was people moving there for Colorado Rocky Mountain High. And we have that same thing. People think the valley's beautiful. They want to live here. They want to move here. But a lot of people discover not long after moving here that this is not the town for them. We don't have the amenities. We're not close to a hospital, or we can't get pizza delivered at 3 a.m. or whatever. So sometimes they get disenfranchised really soon with the town and leave. And I think that's something you might want to plan on, because what if somebody decides they don't like it here and they want to move away and rent? Are you going to allow that? Don't answer that. I'm just throwing that out there. I actually think it's an advantage in the situation we're in that people are already working here. But I also think that if people are working at Purgatory, they could easily qualify for a house here because they have a job and they're driving to a regular job every day. And and that was one of the reasons way back when we started talking about affordable housing down where it started, was it would be housing for people that worked at Purgatory. And Purgatory used to have a bus and they would take a lot of people down at the same time. In the years that we used to travel in Canada, Banff, and I have no idea what they do now, but Banff, Canada had, British Columbia had this rule that you had to work in Banff for a year or two before you would even qualify for a rental. In other words, you had to drive in and be committed to staying in that town. And because they had such a shortage of housing, that helped them to weed out people, I believe. But I wanted to just throw that out there for you to think about. Let's see, I've got notes here. We used to have a lot of people that would come and live in a camp in the summer and then find a house for the winter. But a lot of those people would be not really employable. So that's kind of an issue that you probably need to consider at times. If we get enough housing for that to happen again, I don't envy you this decision. I think that it's tough. I think that we need people that are actually going to work here. And I think that that's a noble cause, but you have to do whatever's legally required of you. And I thank you for your time.
Thanks, Melody. I encourage you, if you have additional thoughts to share, please send them by email. All right. Do we have anybody else on Zoom that'd like to make a public comment on or question on the Housing Authority discussion? Please click your raise hand button. All right. Seeing none, we're going to close public comment. We're going to adjourn the Silverton Housing Authority meeting. It is 6:54. We will reconvene at between 7 and 7:05. And there's pizza.
Salad.
I made salad, guys.
All right, for anybody who'd like to say the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag
The United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, time is 7:07. This is the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees. In Silverton, we're a little late as we're coming from a previous meeting. But it's 7:07 and I call this meeting to order. Roll call, please, Marina.
Trustee Halverson. Here. Trustee Gardner.
Here.
Trustee Schnicker.
Here.
Trustee Wakefield.
Here.
Trustee George.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harper.
Here.
Mayor Cranker.
Here. Thank you. All right, do we have any staff or board revisions to the agenda?
Not at this time.
Okay, any board revisions? Okay. All right, we'll now open it up for public comment. If you are wanting to make a public comment related to the public hearing that we'll be having later in the agenda related to the Silverton Square building, please save your public comment for then. If you have a public comment related to anything else on our agenda or in general, you're welcome to make it now. We'll take in-person public comment first. You can come up to the podium, introduce yourself. You'll have 3 minutes. Again, if this is related to the public hearing for later, please save that for the public hearing. Does anybody have any in-person public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom public comment. So if you're on Zoom, if this relates to the public hearing we're having in a bit, please save your comments for then. Otherwise, we'll promote you to panelist and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
All right, yeah, we can hear you. Just speak up a little bit.
Okay. This is Tim, or does it have video or no video?
No video, but that's fine.
All right, I have a public comment, 3 minutes. On March 15th, a little over 2 years ago, I watched as my little brother took his last breath after being ravaged by cancer near our home in Scottsdale, Arizona. Shortly after, I ran away. We loaded up the RV and traveled as far as we could all the way to Florida, up the East Coast and back around through Minnesota, across Wyoming, and finally landing in Ironton, just outside of Silverton. We loved Ironton, hiking every day, and loved being surrounded by the mountains and fall colors of the aspen trees. There's something healing about these mountains. It wasn't the first time I had been here. When I was 17, for close to a month, and I climbed many of the South San Juan peaks, ending up in Silverton, where I had my first real meal in over 30 days. When winter came, we had to return to Arizona. Mayuko was more than ready to discontinue homeschooling, but at the same time, we didn't want to put our kids back into a large impersonal and faceless school. After finding a beautiful home to rent and much negotiation with Mayuko, we agreed to move to Silverton in January 2023 for a trial period. Coming from a large city in Japan, this was very different lifestyle for Mayuko. 3 months ago, I told our family about living in Silverton, and the results were Zachary 7 out of 10, Ashlyn 8 out of 10, and Mayuko 9 out of 10. Mayuko loves baking, and during the first year, she would make cinnamon rolls and run around in the front of the home and stop the snow plows and give them to the drivers. Silverton was very good for our family. I only have a short time to speak, and although I would like to talk about all the things we love about Silverton, I would like to leave you with 3 words: tolerance, respect, and kindness. For those on the board, tolerance mixed with respect can lead to dialogue, debate, and hopefully good decisions. I recommend and encourage you to seek as much as possible to stand on your own and promote clean industry and entrepreneurship that integrates well with Silverton culture and community, rather than live off our state money and grants. For me and my family, we'd like to thank those in the town who tolerated us despite disagreements. We also would like to thank those who respected us for what our family was able to bring and offer to the community. But most of all, we thank the many Silvertonians who showed us kindness: Mark, Lois, Steve, Carla, Ken, Eben, Maria, Tiffany, Kevin, Molly, Floyd, Lacey, Kelsey, Freddie, Donna, Lisa, Alex, Jim, Carl, Nico, Laurel, Maya, Mars, Linda, Patty, John, Bruce, Edith, Wayne, the entire Brosh family, just to name a few. Time permitted, I'm sure most of Silverton winter census and much of the summer would be named. So thank you, Silverton, from the bottom of our hearts. We wish you the best as you move forward, and I'm sure the fabric of our past will be woven together again in the future.
Thanks, Jim. If we have anybody else on Zoom, if you'd like to make a public comment related to our regular agenda, if you have a public comment related to the public hearing, please save that for later. If you'd like to make a public comment now, you can click the raise hand button. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. All right, we are moving on to agenda item 3, presentations and proclamations, and discussing our 2023 Town of Silverton Financial Audit Report.
Okay, so we originally had planned Jim Hinkle to be in attendance today, and it doesn't look like he's jumped on yet. But luckily, we have our accountant and finance manager guru, Lorraine Trotter is here, and she can help us, help you all understand the audit a little better.
Thank you, Gloria. Hello, Mayor and trustees. I'm glad to be here and meet you in person. I am Lorraine Trotter. I'm with Professional Management Solutions, and we do management financial consulting for cities and towns. And municipal finance is one of the key areas that we consult in. And so we're fairly new with you as a client, but this year we were able to help you to close your year and to help you address all of the parts of the audit that have to be handled before the auditors can come and answer questions while they're here and hopefully get you a clean opinion, as well as the workings of your staff throughout the year and also at audit prep time. I thought that tonight I would just take you briefly through the audit. You know, as commissioners, I'm sorry, as trustees and as mayor and mayor pro tem, one of your main duties is a fiduciary responsibility to safeguard the assets of the town. And so part of that is understanding what's in your financial statements. And so my goal tonight is to kind of walk you through this quickly. And hopefully by the end of my little presentation, you'll either feel like you've done that and what's in here and what your financial status is, and you can put it on your shelf or put it in your electronic file. And figure you handled your responsibility, or you might say, wow, there's something here I really want to dig into or ask more about either tonight or at some point in the future. And so with that, if you have this all on your screens, I'll start with the auditor's opinion, which is right after the table of contents. And if you're new to auditing, auditors do not verify that every single thing that happened during the year was absolutely 100 correct. They verify that there's no material misstatements that are important enough that if somebody were reading this and making a decision about whether to loan the town money or to move here or whatever, that it would change their mind if it were right instead of wrong. So you getting a clean opinion is in their second paragraph, where it says on, in our opinion, the accompanying financial statements present fairly in all material respects, the respective financial position of the governmental activities, the business type activities, and each major fund of the town as of December 31st, 2023, and the respective changes in financial position and where applicable cash flows for the year that ended, according to generally accepted accounting principles. So that's what you want. That's what's called the clean opinion. The rest of this letter is required information that they have to go through for every client that they do an audit of. And there was nothing here that was particularly concerning or pointing out any particular weaknesses. So that was good. The next part of the financial statements is what's called the management's discussion and analysis. And this starts on little Roman numeral page 1, right after the auditor's opinion letter. And this is where you're generally required by generally accepted accounting principles to have an MD&A, they call it, management's discussion and analysis, to say what all these numbers mean and what they mean to you and what they point out and what makes you feel good and what makes you worried. So the financial highlights can be really useful, especially if you have someone ask you, oh, I saw the financial statements were on the agenda tonight. What is the financial status? You could say, well, we had some really, you can refer to these. You can answer if a reporter asks you or a student says they need to do a project, you can refer them to this. But the financial highlights is that you had a net position at the end of the year of $6,225,000. And for a small town, that's a decent net position. But the other highlights aren't quite so positive. The net position of the town decreased by 271,000 during the year, 4.2%. The town's governmental funds reported combined ending fund balances of $1.5 million, but this was a decrease of 775,000, or a full third of what had been there the year before. Now, I'm sure that you were aware of that from having adopted your budget, but that is something that can't continue too long. So that's a marked decrease of 33.3% in the governmental funds. And the general fund, which is your biggest governmental fund, decreased its fund balance by $818,000, or 42% of the general fund during the year. Your revenues were outpaced by expenditures to the tune of $675,000. And then the town's water, sewer, and refuse funds aren't what they call governmental funds. Those are called enterprise funds because they're run like a business instead of like a government. And their net position also decreased by 215,000, which was 11% during the year. And there were operating losses in all three enterprises. So we'll get into this a little bit, but these are things not to be taken lightly and to make sure that you're addressing as you adopt each subsequent budget. And I know you have some plans and that Gloria is concerned and that she's got some ideas and things like that to moving forward. But that's it right there in a nutshell on the top of that first MD&A. Over on the second page, it talks about governmental funds and proprietary funds. So governmental funds are mostly what you have because you're a government and you're not selling goods and services primarily. You're running, you're contracting for police services, you're patching the roads, you're maintaining your parks, you're providing code enforcement, you're doing things that have to be done by the government, that you're not charging enough, per service. Like when you mow the grass, you don't start telling people that come to the park to pay up. So it's, you tax people. It's tax-based, they're governmental funds. And the general fund is the fund that every town has that does everything, that doesn't have a specific revenue tied to it that's supposed to support it on its own. These funds are not keeping track of profit and loss like a business does, because the government has to persist, has to provide these services no matter what. You technically probably could sell your city hall if you had to, but you're not planning to sell your assets. You're not planning to sell your streets or make them toll roads or do things like pay for use in your parks. It's governmental tax-based funds. And so we just track the flow of money in and the flow of money out, not necessarily the bottom line of all your assets. You don't care how much this building is worth. You care how much money is going to come in next year to pay salaries of all the people doing those services that you have to provide. The proprietary funds, and you have the three that are an enterprise type of proprietary funds, are run like a business. The pipes in the ground are worth something. You could sell your water or sewer operation to a metro district or some countywide, something, there's different things that can be done there. And you are charging customers for what they use. They get a water bill, they get a sewer bill for sewage treatment, they get a bill for their refuse collection. So that is like run like a business. You're maintaining you're tracking your profit and loss. You're not taxing the public to provide that service. The users are paying for it. So when we go over to the next page of 3, net position, that's why it has 2 little columns there with 2 years under each column. The governmental activities for those general fund, police services, street maintenance, administration. And then there's the business type for the water, sewer, and refuse collection. In this MD&A, they make us show all the assets, including the town hall and the value of your infrastructure and streets and parks. And so you'll see at the governmental activities, it says current and other assets at the end of the year were $2,074,000 for the governmental. And it shows the next year. And so you can see how they went down. It also shows capital assets of $4 million. A lot of that's parks and buildings and vehicles. And then the business type has the same thing, current assets, which are spendable, receivables and cash and money in the bank, CDs. And then the capital assets that are in those activities in the ground, usually primarily. And then you have some current assets, so not much in current assets, it's just payables generally and salaries that need to be paid the next payday. But you have some debt, which is the non-current assets that needs to be paid off over time. So that funnels down to the two net positions. So the governmental activities had 4,500,000 in net position. The business type activities had 1,000,007. And it tells you there that, 72% of your net position is in those capital assets. So when you say, oh, we had $6 million in net position, you can't spend most of that and you can't use it. You can use it to provide services and meeting areas and park use, but you can't spend it to pay the light bill or for the salaries. You have some that's restricted for certain uses. You get shared lottery funds, for instance, from the state. It can only be used on parks and certain recreation uses. You can, you have to, because of the taxpayers' bill of rights, set aside a certain amount for emergencies. But generally, you have unrestricted amounts in the governmental funds at the year end. That second to the last number on the bottom of the first column, the 875,437. That's your unrestricted funds that aren't invested in capital assets, that aren't restricted for future use, that you have for your governmental activities. And for the business type activities, you've got 215,000. Going over to the next page. It's different from the page we just left. Page 3 there was just talking about these capital assets and monies and receivables. That's what's amassed themselves since the beginning of the town of Silverton's becoming a town. That's your balance sheet, so to speak. The next page 4, Silverton's condensed changes in net positions, is how it changed during the 1 year in this audit, which is 2023. And here's where you kind of see what I was talking about, how things are different between the governmental funds and the enterprise funds. So at the top, it shows program revenues for governmental activities. That would be where you are charging for a service or collecting a fine or charging for a building permit or something like that. A recreation fee or something of that nature, camping. And those revenues are 305,000, 119 for some grants and 49,000 for some capital grants. And then you get down below to general revenues, sales taxes, property taxes, franchise taxes, other taxes. So this is the governmental funds that are tax-based, and that's where all the big numbers are. And that's where you can make more money if you need it, is taxes, which governments always hate to raise taxes. But this is why they have to, because it's not, you're not selling things that you can otherwise get income from. Over on the business type column, they don't have anything on the tax area, the general revenues. All of theirs comes from charges for services. And, so that's the big difference when you see where your money comes and where it goes. Look at the revenue total for the governmental activities was 3,650,000 from all those sources. And the expenses were 3,706,000. And so you had a net decrease there of 56,000. And it slightly changed this beginning and ending net position. Now back in those highlights, you're remembering how I pointed out that you had bigger losses. This is including those capital assets, which balance it out. The highlight was referring to what we're going to look at next, which is just the money in, the money out, not the value of all those capital assets. On the business type, you had 922,000 in revenue and spent 1,137,000 in operations. Going to the next page, we see the little few charts and graphs, and the top one just shows for the government activities. If you start as though this were a clock and you started at 12 noon and went clockwise, the blue one there is what's on the top of the legend, charges for services 8 something. The big one, purple, is sales and use taxes. Then you see that most of your revenues are coming from taxes. Down below is just a bar chart of that expenses versus program revenues. So for general government administration, your pizza night or whatever, anything that's happening in general government has this big blue expenses and no real fees for it, no program revenues, but all tax-based. Public safety, no program revenues. That you can at least see on this chart. Maybe they charge for a police report or something, but very little. Same with public works and culture and recreation, and special events. The next page shows opposite for the business type activities. Everything's coming from charges and services with a teensy little grant. Now that's going to change when you get your USDA grants. You'll have a lot more there, but you'll have a lot more capital expenses that use those up as well. And then down here below, the bar chart for the business type shows expenditures in blue higher than the revenues for everything except sewer, which had a little bit of a net revenues over expenditures. The bottom of this page starts talking about each of the major funds that you have. You have some other ones that are not major, but these are the major ones. And it's just a synopsis here if you just wanted to turn to it briefly at some future point. General fund is the chief operating fund of the town, counts for all the general services. Fund balance at the end of the year was $1,116,000. This was, again, the 42.3% decrease. And it shows you the revenues versus the expenditures here. I'm going to cut to the chase now and you can look through the rest of this letter if you want, but some of it's prescribed and it has to be in here. But getting over to the numbers pages, we've got page 4, which is what we just went over. It's not condensed, it's a little more drawn out, that statement of net position. Page 5 is what we just went over on the revenues versus expenditures. It's not condensed, it's the full chart. But you get to page 6, and now we're left those entity-wide statements that added in all the capital and everything for the governmental activities. Starting on page 6, this is what you're probably used to seeing in your quarterly or monthly reports that come from your financial system. There's always a balance sheet perhaps that you get, and it shows your assets and liabilities just fund by fund. And here it shows general fund, which is your only major governmental fund. All the other ones are always, that are not major, are put into one column. Other, I'll show you where they are in the back of the book to get the total of all the governmental funds. General fund is predominant though. And it does have cash and other assets of $1,000,006 without the capital, just spendable in coming in and out. A few liabilities, some property taxes that will be collected in arrears, which is always done with property taxes. And then your fund balances. And that's where you have the small fund balance of $1,000,006, which is really, I'm sorry, $1,116,000, which is what you have available to you to use. The next page shows the differences between that and the entity-wide statements that throw in the capital assets, but you don't need to focus on that. Page 8 is, I hope what you're seeing at least monthly, is the revenues and expenditures. And it shows these coming in and coming out. And there's where, after the revenues and expenditures, shows the loss, the revenues under expenditures of $846,000. But highlight the bottom 2 lines here. Beginning of the year fund balance was $1,009,000. End of the year fund balance $1,001,000. If you draw this down by a similar amount next year, you won't have another year's worth left to draw down. Next year is now what we're in August of 24. So that's concerning. A lot of people ask me, well, what should our fund balance be? And the fund balance is what you need for a rainy day when you either have to build or replace capital assets, or you have a catastrophe. Let's say you have a flood that wipes out a big part of your tax base. You need to have some money in reserve to keep operating and keep helping people until you get federal FEMA funds or something, which can take a while. So for a smaller town, I usually recommend you want to have a whole year's worth of expenditures in your fund balance or a whole year's worth of revenues so that you have that money until your tax base gets rebuilt and people start coming again and you have a place to house them and things to do. Now maybe you've been in a situation where you did have, a real need that made this fund balance go down. But your goal, I would say, should likely be to build that back up year by year to get closer as soon as you can. I mean, you can only do what you can do, but don't be shy about needing to raise rates or needing to go to an election or needing to do the things you need to do to make you feel calm about having the wherewithal to handle whatever might happen.
And Lorraine, I do want to say we did get Jim on the line now.
Okay, Jim, I'll wrap up here in a minute. I'm just walking through the statements and then you can tell how the audit went. On page 10 is the proprietary funds, and this is those enterprise funds. And here it's very similar to what we looked at in the front, so I won't go through that again. But page 11, the key line to look at here is net operating income or loss. It's about halfway down. And each of your enterprise funds had a net operating loss. Now the sewers was negative, but you want to have a small profit. You want to be building up your reserves. You want to be ready for that day when you don't have to depend on outside agencies to loan or grant you money to do every part of an improvement. So don't be afraid to decide what your rates during your budget process. And these 2023 numbers are the last final numbers that you'll have going into your 25 budget. Because 24 is still in the works. You don't know where you're going to end up at 24 yet. And you've got to adopt that budget before the year end. So this is your starting point of what really happened in 23. You have good estimates that you can come up with what's happening this year and then projections for 25. With that, I'll go just briefly through the notes. There's a lot in here that you can refer to if there's questions about, well, what does this mean by reporting entity, by measurement focus, by comp abs, whatever. And there's definitions in this whole note 1 on page 18, tells you what your budgetary cycle is and what has to happen as a statutory town for your budget process. So it's all lined out there in one little good place. Tells you what you have in cash and investments. And on page 20, it shows you these are the things that as a secretary town, you're allowed to invest in. And you can't just go out and buy stocks or, try to make a fast buck. You're restricted and that is part of your fiduciary responsibility also. Using the local government investment pools like Hollow Trust is a really good way for towns to get a really good return on their investment without having to know how to invest or timing the market because Hollow Trust does this for all the cities and towns in Colorado. They have much more capital to invest and get a better yield, and you would get your commensurate share. And they do a very nice job. There's 3 of those pools, and Hollow Trust is the one I think you used to have. Capital assets tells you what you added and whatnot on page 21. And you can see you had a lot of additions from the park construction in 2023. It's all depreciated each year and for business and for governmental. And then you're leasing some equipment. So look on page 23. That's your long-term debt. Remember I pointed out you had $1 million and some in long-term debt in the governmental funds. It's shown here in the balance at 12/31. And you have $1,154,000 in lease purchase equipment and in the Columbine Park facility lease. Next, after you get the USDA, then you'll also have a lot of debt in your business type activities, which currently don't have that much, except for your one Colorado Water and Power Authority loan that's on page 24. everything else is pretty pretty much more information about what we've already covered. Page 28 shows you those same numbers compared to your budget. And I know you want to see, well, here's what we approved. Here's, you didn't have any budget overruns. You're not in a problem area with your budgets. So that's shows good management. Then on page 32 and 34, it shows the, I'm sorry, 32 and 33, it shows those other three funds that aren't considered major that are rolled into other governmental funds. And that's the Conservation Trust Fund, which is the shared lottery proceeds that you get based on population, I think it is. Your Mullis Lake Park Fund, it's restricted to just that purpose. You can't just be using that to patch roads or something. That's why it's in a special fund of its own. And the same with the cemetery fund. The monies that are given for that are for the maintenance of that only. And there's also budget to actual on each of those little funds back here, as well as the water, sewer, and refuse fund. The last two pages are just a local highway finance report that's a requirement of the state legislature. And then there's a management letter that Jim may want to go over with you that's really just for the management, and everything looked fine to me, rather than for public discussion. That's my presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions now or later about anything that you might want to talk about.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Thanks, Lorraine, for that. That was really clear and insightful. Any questions, Lorraine?
Made that very understandable. Thank you.
Thank you. Glad to. See if Jim has anything before I leave.
Jim, we'll hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thank you, Lorraine, for pitching in on me. I would have normally signed in well in advance, but I was just getting back from my other board meeting on the Front Range and going through a couple of wrecks and all that. So I appreciate your patience very much. My name is Jim Hinkle, and I'm really missing not being down there this year like I was last year. I really enjoyed coming down and spending the night and eating across the street at that restaurant you all have. So hopefully next year we'll be able to make it work so that I can actually come down again and spend an evening again. We did perform the annual audit, and the first thing that we do is update our understanding of the town's internal accounting controls. Primarily what we're looking for is a segregation of duties amongst the primary activities, which is the initiation, the approval, and the recording of individual transactions. We then, throughout the audit, we test the control features of the internal control structures, the approvals of invoices before this payment, the assigning of account numbers within the general ledger, things of that nature. And we do that because we're looking for either a significant deficiency or a material weakness in the internal controls. And a significant deficiency is defined as a design flaw in the system of internal accounting controls that would allow an error to go undetected in the ordinary course of business. And a material weakness would be a significant deficiency that potentially could allow a material misstatement to the financial statements. And based upon our analysis of the town's internal accounting controls and all of our testing, we did not find any significant deficiencies or material weaknesses in the internal controls. That's the answer that you want to hear. Then we turn our attention to the audit of the financial statements. And we primarily use test of details, which is pretty much what it sounds like. We drill down into account balances and we look at the underlying transactions and we compare those to source documents like invoices, cash receipts, agreements, contracts, whatever it may be, and verify that the accounting has been done in accordance with general accepted accounting principles. And the end result of that is our opinion. And your opinion is an unmodified opinion, which is layman's terms is a clean opinion. States that the financial statements have been prepared in accordance with general accepted accounting principles and applied on a basis consistent with the previous year. And that's also the answer that you want to hear. With respect to the audit process, I will admit that this year went much smoother. The answers to our questions came back much more timely than they had in the previous years. I think that's due to the changeover to Lorraine and Michelle. Michelle was great to work with. We've worked with her at other places. She knows what we want and what we need. And so the back and forth was much smoother and more responsive than what we'd seen in the prior year. At the end of the audit, we issue a required communication letter, and that is our letter that communicates in writing whether we have problems in the process of the audit. And we have nothing negative to report in that letter. We did not have any disagreements with management. We did not have any problems throughout the process of the audit. And we did not make any audit adjustments where we found errors in the books and records and required adjustment to be in compliance with accounting standards. So all in all, that letter reports positive things. Probably one of the most important items that I like to communicate to the council is that as auditors, we felt like we had open transparency. Between Michelle and Gloria, everything that we asked for, we were provided in a timely fashion. We were never refused access to any information. And we as auditors felt like we could ask for whatever information we needed to be able to perform an independent audit of the financial statements without any restrictions at all. So I think that's important for you all to know that we felt like we had that access and that transparency. All in all, it was a good audit. I know you all brought in Lorraine and Michelle this year, and their work was started in July or in June. And we jumped on it as soon as we could. If they can work that into their schedule a little sooner this upcoming year, we can work with that as well and get through the audit a little bit quicker as far as closer to the end of July as well. So all in all, I want to thank Gloria for all her efforts in getting everything to us and to Michelle. I know that between the two of us, we asked for a lot of information, and that is beyond your normal day-to-day workload. And thank you for your efforts in providing all of the things that are needed.
Thanks, Jim, for that. Thank you, Jim, for that overview. Any questions for Jim?
I do not.
No. I just wanted to kind of put in context here. I really wanted to thank staff, Melina, Lorraine's team, Gloria, for really making this smooth this year. As Jim said, we just continue to improve this year over year, I think, and just make this an easier process for staff. They know what to expect. They know what they're working towards. And I think when it comes to some of the stuff you brought up, Lorraine, about our fund balances, I think it's just a really important thing for the board to kind of keep in mind as we go into budget season. So to put it in context from the previous board, we put a lot of intentionality towards spending down some of our fund balances and investing in staff and investing in our community. And that was a very intentional value. That was a very intentional budget decision that we were making regarding those fund balances. And so that's part of the reason why we see those decreases. I think we're also getting to a point where we have to account for, okay, what does that look like into the future? What is our philosophy around our reserve funds? And so the finance committee has been thinking a lot about that, and that will certainly come to the larger board of like, what do we really want to do? Taking Lorraine's suggestion, working through it with Gloria about what does it really mean for us to be financially attentive and responsible for what the town needs, while also spending the funds we have to improve our community and the citizens that are paying those taxes now. So it's kind of that both of those balances, right? Not just hoarding money away for the future for some rainy day and not spending it on the citizens who are contributing those taxes and fees while also being fiscally responsible. And then the other piece I wanted to bring up here is clearly we have issues with our enterprise funds, right? That should be very clear to the community. That should be very clear to the board. And that will absolutely be a tough issue that this board and probably future boards will need to work through, as this will be a long-term process, and figure out how those funds can be solvent, sustainable, and what that looks like both for our community and moving forward. And you know, we've had public conversations about that. We can continue to have kind of talking points about what does that mean and what are the various things we can do to address those enterprise funds. It's not only raising rates, there's other things we can do as well, but it probably won't exclude raising rates. So those are the three things I wanted to highlight. Thank you to staff. Ways we're working towards our reserve funds and working on our enterprise funds in the future. So setting that all into context. Any other questions from the board or comments for Lorraine or Jim on the audit?
Mayor, may I follow up on something? Because I appreciate your remarks in there. She's right on about the intentionality of it. On that page 8, where you had the expenditures exceeding the revenues, 922,000 of that was for capital outlay. And you don't do that every year.
Yeah.
So that is key. I'm sorry, I didn't say that earlier myself.
And again, that capital outlay is largely an EC Park, right? So reminding our community of the significant investment we've made, it benefits our business economy that we have here. It benefits our residents. I was just at Shakespeare in the Park. We got to use it. So being reminded of those investments that we're making and ways that the previous town board and now this board has inherited those decisions and those priorities and strategic planning processes. Any other comments, questions, clarification? Gloria, Melina, anything else you want to add? Okay, thank you, Jim. Thank you, Lorraine.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We really appreciate it.
Thanks. Thanks for the piece.
Recording in progress.
Okay. All right, we're now going to move on to the public hearing part of our agenda. And this is going to be pretty formulaic. So this isn't like a public hearing like our typical land use applications. This is the section of our agenda, public hearing for Silverton Square's request for an appeal to the town's decision finding they're building a public nuisance hiring demolition located at 220 East Street, lot 22, 23, and 24. I have a bit of a script I'll read for everyone's benefit, so we kind of get oriented to how this process will work. This is an appeal of a public nuisance requiring demolition decision conducted in accordance with Land Use Development Code Section 16-8-30 mandatory demolition. So I'll kind of go through an overview here. I'll give a little bit of an overview of how the process will work, timing, when public comment will happen, when staff will present, when the appellant will present. On October 4th, 2022, the commercial building with residential units known as Silverton Square, located at 220 East 12th Street, lots 22, 23, and 24, also referred to as property, caught fire. On November 14th, 2022, Brian Ruiz and Allison Ruiz, also referred to as the owners and appellants, were notified that the property was in violation of the Town of Silverton Municipal Code, Chapter 7, Article 2, Section 210, Dangerous Buildings and Structures. October 26, 2023, pursuant to Town of Silverton Municipal Code, Chapter 16, Article 8, Section 50, owners were issued a notice to vacate the premises, identifying the property again as a non-conforming structure following a 1-year allowance given to remediate the nuisance in lieu of demolition. On July 12th, 2024, owners were notified of this public hearing and invoked their right to appeal the decision of the building inspector pursuant to the code. This appeal hearing is a quasi-judicial matter, and the Board of Trustees is not acting as a legislative body, but as the judiciary in this matter. The Board of Trustees' decision will be based on the evidence presented at this appeal hearing as it applies to the Land Use Development Code, and such decision will not be persuaded by personal or popular opinion. So reminding all of the Board of Trustees, the public, we will be basing a decision and a discussion on the Land Use Development Code and the evidence presented currently in this hearing. So there's nothing in the packet regarding this. This will be based on the evidence presented by staff and by the appellant. The decision of the building inspector is presumed to be correct. The appellants have the burden of proof so that the building inspector's decision should be overturned based on his or her failure to properly interpret and apply the land use development code. The Board of Trustees must reverse, amend, or remand the building inspector's decision upon a finding that he failed to properly apply and interpret the code as it applies to the property at issue. The standard of proof for the appellants is a preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance of the evidence standard means the evidence presented at the appeal hearing must show it is more likely than not, 50% likely, that the building inspector failed to properly interpret and or apply the land use development code, municipal code, or that some other factual basis exists for the proposition that the property is not subject to demolition. So again, the preponderance of evidence means that the evidence presented at the appeal hearing must show it's more likely than not that the building inspector failed to properly interpret or apply the land use development code, the municipal code, or some other factual basis exists for the proposition that the property is not subject to demolition. The appeal hearing will be conducted according to the procedural rules established below and as amended by the Board of Trustees prior to the beginning of the hearing. The building inspector is Bevan Harris. The owners and appellants are Ryan Ruiz and Allison Ruiz. The appeal hearing process is as follows. And if I need to read this twice, I'm happy to. So the building inspector will present an overview and presentation of evidence, and we'll give 60 minutes for that. The appellant response and presentation of evidence will be 60 minutes, or the Board of Trustees is allowed to make that longer if needed. Then there'll be a building inspector rebuttal of 15 minutes, an appellant rebuttal of 15 minutes. We'll have public comment period of time, which is 3 minutes per comment, limited to a total of 60 minutes. Members of the public may not present evidence and or call or cross-examine witnesses or the parties. Then we'll have the building inspector and appellant response to public comments, 10 minutes each. And Board of Trustees questions. The Board of Trustees may ask questions of the building inspector, the town staff, the appellants, or any parties of interest. So we can ask our questions then. And then there'll be deliberations and findings for the Board of Trustees. So again, we'll hear from the building inspector, 60 minutes. We'll hear from the appellant, response and presentation of evidence, 60 minutes. Building inspector will have 15 minutes of rebuttal. The appellant will have 15 minutes of rebuttal. We'll have public comment, 3 minutes per comment, up to 60 minutes. And then the building inspector and appellant can each respond to the public comment up to 10 minutes each. There'll be Board of Trustees questions. So that's really the time to ask your clarifying questions of either public comment, the building inspector, staff, or the appellant. And any and findings, and the Board of Trustees is welcome to deliberate. The Board of Trustees may extend time periods as it deems appropriate and may exclude arguments considered irrelevant, immaterial, and are redundant. So again, for any public comment that we're hearing, our decision is solely based on the facts presented, even including in public comment, not based on personal opinion or community opinion, popular opinion. Board of Trustees may not consider evidence not presented at the appeal hearing and made a record of the appeal. So in regards to this process, the Board of Trustees is only considering what has been being presented to us tonight. There's not been any additional presentation or information from staff or anything in the packet. It's just what's presented tonight in this hearing. At the conclusion of the presentation and questions, the Board of Trustees may affirm, reverse, or amend the building inspector's decisions in whole or in part, as if the Board of Trustees was the building inspector, or the Board of Trustees may remand the matter back to the building inspector for reconsideration consistent with the land use development code. So again, at the conclusion of all of this, the Board of Trustees may affirm, reverse, and or amend the building inspector's decision in whole or in part, as if the Board of Trustees was the building inspector, or the Board of Trustees may remand the matter back to the building inspector for reconsideration consistent with the land use and development code. So to the Board of Trustees, please refrain from asking any questions during the presentations unless absolutely necessary. I encourage you to make note of your questions as we go. save them for question portion of the appeal hearing. All right, so that's reading. Is there any section that the board would like me to read again? And I can always go. We go. Or we get started. And we have Clayton on the line. Is there anything else, Clayton, before we get started?
And then one, yeah.
Sorry, I don't have anything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And again, the Board of Trustees may extend the time for the appellant, so we can either just automatically do that now, or we could wait to see how the discussion goes and if there's a request for additional time. Is there any comments on that process? Still, point of order? No, okay. I will be keeping time as we go for the various sections. We'll begin with the building inspector overview. And Bevan, are you ready to go?
Yeah, we're just getting the PowerPoint up. Okay. Good evening, thank you.
Thank you, Bevan.
I want to state that my role and my intent is always for public safety. So when I'm speaking about this, it's from that that intention and that role in my job. So it's not a personal preference. I can make a comment on if someone has a question, but ultimately it's for life, safety, and health and well-being. Get this.
Just hit your space bar.
I need to go back.
Okay, hit your back arrow. Your arrow keys. I always use your arrow keys. Yeah, it's not working. You want? And so you need to go forward, just hit your space bar.
Space bar, okay, thank you. So my presentation will start with the code violations, then it will discuss a summary of items of concern which have come up over the timeline of events. And I'll state my staff recommendation and then leave it to all of you to speak. So the code violations were initially a failure to abate a nuisance, and that means the building as being burned, a portion of the building being burned, had lost structural integrity. And that presented a risk to the public and to the residents in it. I want to make sure everyone's clear of the location of the building. It's 220 East 12th. It's right adjacent to where the train, during a narrow gauge train comes into town, May through October. Thousands of people coming to town, and my concern is their safety as well as the abatement and remediation of that structure in a timely manner, and in a way that doesn't harm any of the public. The nuisance is
it being burned and unaltered and not remediated. The failure to abate a dangerous and non-conforming building was the overall failure to correct the building's condition. So we went from my having to alert the owners that the building, it presented as a nuisance and was a risk, and that they needed to remediate that and in a timely manner. That didn't occur, and then we moved it to abating a dangerous building, which started to present a risk with both snow load on it, the degradation of the building exposed to the weather, and exposure to the public, continued exposure. Year gone by, we then come to a place where the nuisance hasn't been abated. There's been not a significant progress, and the municipal code required that the property be vacated at a certain, after a year's time. So that came to the failure to vacate the property I'll discuss in the timelines of how that went about. So the fire was started by ashes from coals placed in a paper bag on or near unburned briquette or trash by the owner. The owners neglected to call 911 right away until they had used up what I counted were 7 fire extinguishers in a failed attempt to put out the fire. It was great that they had them available, but it was probably more vital to have called the fire department or 911 quickly to help reduce damage to the building and reduce risk to life. Areas of concern, I'm one of the volunteer firefighters in town. I was not on that call. When I went to inspect the building, I was very concerned about the amount of debris and personal effects and trash that blocked access and passage throughout the building. Aside from the fact that it was a commercial kitchen selling food to the public. The restriction to the passage was inevitably could have been a threat to the firefighters that were trying to put out the fire. So that was my concern for safety there. Upon further inspection, I discovered that 2 of the smoke alarms in the first floor apartment had been removed. Now, a person wouldn't remove them after a fire. So I have to believe that they were removed prior to the fire, and that was very concerning. The town immediately, the day after, the morning of the fire, provided metal barricades to help prevent the public from entering that area. And we can see the visibility from the train there. The other photos just show the extent of the damage and the safety risk around it. So immediately, I realized in the extent of the damage that we would have to have a structural engineer evaluate the building to determine what was burned enough that needed to come down, how to do it effectively and safely, and what was, or what appeared to not have incurred extensive damage, or that what was rebuildable and what was livable. And this image shows the Ruiz's structural engineer that Tucker Sittner that provided a initial evaluation of the premises and the building and determining the damage. The next and continued effort on my part was to just protect people from entering the building and exposure. So I requested that the owners erect a fence in May of 2023 and 2024. I allowed for snow fencing to be used during the winter right after the fire. But after that, I had specifically requested construction fencing with privacy guard so that it would reduce the visual impact to visitors and residents. In both cases, the owners failed to comply, and I eventually had fencing put up on June 19th of this year. I also had the picture above with the snow fencing was not maintained. So I had personally went out and tried to keep that up and intact until we got the construction fencing in. So this is a timeline of the events and how communications, actions that were taken. The 5th, we have the fire, it damaging the structure. Was 2 proposed studios that were on the west side of the building. And I think at the time they were storing their personal effects and bicycles, motorcycle, and that sort of thing. I think their intent at the time was to convert those into studio apartments. And the other area that was affected was the kitchen, or the dining room area of the restaurant. And the fire had started from the outside, had caught a column on the outside porch, and then carried into the building. It extended into the studio, or the westerly rooms, and went up into the attic, and then carried through into the dining area. Obviously on the day of, or the morning of, all the residents, the owners had to vacate the building. There was smoke damage, water damage, and the town immediately installed the barricade fencing. On the 13th, I emailed the owners with a fire restoration renovation guidelines to follow. on the next day, met with the owners to inspect the fire damage and confirm a plan for remediation renovations. The 18th, they responded with a confirmation receipt of the guideline email. On the 24th, I emailed the owners that they would need structural engineering to determine what was damaged in the fire and what needed to be replaced and how. On the 3rd, so no response from that email. The 3rd, I notified our town attorney that we had a lack of response from the email and phone and text communications. So as I realized that they didn't always respond to the emails in a timely manner, I would text and call to make sure that they were aware that I had emailed them. On the 10th, on the 8th, owners responded to acknowledge receipt of the structural engineering requirement emailed by me. On the 10th of November, we did a site inspection of the structure. The 14th, I emailed them an abatement of nuisance letter to owners. That came from both town municipal code and then also my concerns about the lack of progress and the weather, the impending winter coming, and knowing how difficult it would be to remediate at that time. On the 1st, I received a structural report from Sittner Engineering, and that was, I received a letter and a handwritten sketch that was on the, that I showed you prior. On the 2nd, I emailed the owners confirmation of the receipt of the structural engineering report from Sittner and reiterated the timeline and completion of abatement and electrical by December 15th of that year. 2016, the owners responded to communicate delays of abatement on abatement and no response to nuisance letter that was in the email chain. On the 20th, we planned a meeting with the owners that canceled due to conflicts with them. 2023, February 8th, we had planned a meeting to meet and go over the renovation. Last minute, they notified me they were unable to make it. On the 15th of February, emailed the owners requesting a meeting to update me on renovation plan. April 1st, met with the owners and Spruce Electric to relocate the power pole and upgrade the service. During that meeting, the owners were argumentative with Carson, the owner of Spruce Electric, and they were resistant to necessary electrical and structural engineering requirements demanded by me representing the town and state requirements. On the 12th of April, I had a meeting with the owners to confirm guidelines being met regarding demolition, electrical, no occupancy, and their property next to the structure. On May 4th, emailed the owners reminding the need for construction barrier fencing by the following day. And a workforce permit for their motor coach was received I received that. You know, to get
Just,
back.
yeah, you go.
There you go. Thank you.
And Bevan, I'll just give you a time check.
Okay.
You have 40 minutes left.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, this is not as exciting. On May 10th, I received the workforce permit. And what that is they placed a motor coach RV next to the Silverton Square structure. And we're intending to stay in that. The workforce permit allows those working in town to live in their RV from May 15th through October 15th. In their case, as they're renovating or repairing a structure, or if it were building new, they would be allowed to live in that RV on the property, assuming they had a building permit. To note, I had received no request for a building permit at this time. May 16th, request by owners for water to be turned on. 2 days later, on the 18th, Public Works was able to provide water service and turn that on. June 1st, the owners canceled another scheduled meeting with me. July 13th, Goff Engineering performed a structural assessment for the town. So we hired them to come and provide an engineering report. We wanted that would either support our stance. And then we received that structural report back from Goff on August 3rd. We then brought in Cimarron Engineering to perform another structural report, fire damage evaluation for the town. And this was basically to confirm or deny our original engineering report, to validate it. So we're relying upon one report. On October 20th, we received Cimarron's engineering structural report. On the 26th, over a year later, I emailed the owners of a notice to vacate the property due to pending demolition of a dangerous building, as required by town code. November 16th, I received an email from Sagal Law representing the owners, advising the town against demolition. On the 20th of November, 2023, we had a meeting with the owners, Sheriff Conrad, our town attorney, to review the status of the renovation and confirm reasons for demolition. December 6th, 2023, the owners filed a petition for temporary restraining order to prevent demolition of the Silverton Square structure by the town of Silverton. I have the year wrong there. It was 12/29. An injunction hearing notice was scheduled for January 12th of the next year, 2024. January 9th, both parties filed a motion to continue a hearing for 30 days past the original hearing date of the 11th of January. January 29th, owners request a temporary certificate of occupancy for the studio apartment at the structure. through their attorney. I denied that temporary CO until they provided both a structural engineering plans, been issued a letter by the court requiring completion, a completion date, and have been issued a building permit. There was still no request for a building permit. On February 26th, I met with Matt Hepp of Alpine Edge Engineering, hired by the owners to evaluate the structural integrity of the Silverton Square and provide a remediation renovation plan. Matt indicated to me during that meeting that he probably wouldn't be able to provide a report for upwards of 8 months. We still haven't received it. That was a little concerning to me because I knew we were on another timeline. April 1st, 2024, request for motion to schedule a hearing. On May 31st, our town, Silverton Town Attorney, requested a hearing date. On 6/14 of this year, District Court in Durango, for Silverton Square injunction hearing. So that was a request for a hearing on 6/14 was the District Court hearing date. So we met with Judge Wilson and both sides pled their case. 6/24, the District Court judgment, Town of Silverton must provide the owners with their due process and schedule a public hearing for appeal of the demand to demolish their dangerous structure. And that brings us to tonight, where we are now. It's my recommendation, my position is that the renovation of the structure would cost more to bring in a code compliance with the necessary updates to foundation, fire sprinkler system, plumbing and electric systems, fire rated walls around the commercial portion of the building, then rebuilding completely. If the decision to renovate is maintained, then a timeline, a detailed engineering, structural plans, and penalties issued if deadlines are not met. The location is too busy and too visible to continue to remain a hazard to the public.
Are you finished? Thank you, Kevin. All right. We'll now move on to the portion of the hearing where we'll hear from the appellant. I welcome you to come forward. Yeah.
We do have Ryan online as well, if Melina can promote him when she.
Okay, great. We can promote Mr. Ruiz to panelist. Ms. Ruiz will give you 60 minutes. I think, do you want me to give you a time check around 30 minutes?
Sure.
Okay,
Can promote.
we'll let you get settled and then I will start
We're allowed to talk to you.
timer.
I emailed everyone. I don't obviously have access to this, so I can't.
Is there a way for us to pull it up on the screen?
I have no idea. I don't know what your system is. I have a computer. I have it on my phone. I've emailed it.
Did you all receive it? You could send it to Lena. Or you actually send it to me. I can share it.
Are you share, or since you're already logged?
I'm already logged on, so I could share it if you send it to me.
You got it, Dana?
Can you hear me?
It will, yes.
Yes, we can. Yes, thank you.
Okay. I would like to just start off with what Bevan started
Ryan?
with that we didn't. Yes.
Just one second. I think Allison wanted to pull up the timeline that she sent by email,
Okay,
just have it
sure.
on the screen. So let's just take just a minute and then I'll cue you over and get you guys started.
Okay.
Figure out the best way to share it.
I don't know how necessary it is to have it up there as long as everyone has it. You know, it's just, as I'm sitting here listening to it, I realize that, you know, I have this timeline. It's pretty much in line with everything that Mr. Harris has talked about already, with the exception of some things that just aren't true. But, you know, one person's opinion is different from another's, but he doesn't know when we called 911. Let's be clear about that, first of all. I just think it's
Let's let you guys go ahead and get started. So
right.
it's your appeal process. And so Ryan and Allison will let you have the floor for 60 minutes.
Yeah.
Your evidence. Thank you.
So, we've been to court. It's already been ruled that due process was not afforded to us. That is included in what I've sent to you, the decision from the court. So all of this stuff, I guess, that happened prior is sort of irrelevant. Other than to this day, the only proper notice we've received of anything is the notice to vacate the motor coach on October 4th of 2023. And the notice for demolition of the building that was actually mailed properly by certified mail on October 26th, 2023. So prior to that, we never received anything with a timeline, with specific requirements for things that needed to be addressed. And we absolutely never received a notice to abate. And that's what the whole demolition argument is based on, is us having had a year, which we had no idea that was even a thing until we were in court in June. That was the first I ever heard that there was a year time limit to complete
And-
the renovation.
Can I add also that that at first Bevan told us that we needed to replace 7 trusses. We hired an engineer to come up. He looked at those trusses and told us, yes, these need replacing. So we hired an engineer to come from Durango, and he was getting prepared to do the blueprints or whatever is necessary that was required by Bevan. But then Bevan came back to us and said, oh, you need to do the foundation too. So at that point, I canceled the order for the trusses, and now I have to get an engineer back up, pay him to drive 2 hours again to come up and look at the foundation. And then before that even happened, before I was able to do that, I was told that we also had to put in a sprinkler system and plumbing and all. He just continually added things after he changed the goalposts, after I had an engineer up there and paid them a lot of money to drive up. It's like he didn't know what was going on. It was almost like listening to him go through his report just now. He's incompetent. And if the building ends up being torn down, we are going to sue the town, and we will win. because Bevan will go on the stand and they're going to listen to him talk like he just did in front of all of you and like he did in court in Durango a couple of weeks ago. We will win. Okay, that's all for now.
All right, so I do want to add that, you know, we did have some communication issues the summer of 2023. Ryan's wife and I both had some serious medical issues, and, you know, having thought we had a good relationship with the people in the town and Bevan, and not hearing anything from him, we had no reason to believe that we were in danger of losing our livelihood. I mean, this is where we both lived and where we both worked. So it's obviously put a strain on us. And the longer it takes, it hurts us too. We're not trying to drag this out. That's never been our intention. So over the summer though, that summer, Ryan had the electrical service buried. Bevan mentioned that we had kind of a disagreement on the electric service, but we had determined that because of where it was located, it was attached to the building part of the building that needed to be torn down. So we, you know, realized that he was correct. And yes, we needed to move it or do something with that. So we had it buried. We had the electrical box moved so that it was not interfering with any part of the building that would be demolished. And service was restored to the studio apartment. Let's see. So, as I said before, we were never made aware that any action was being taken by the town to demolish our building. Once we learned that, you know, that was happening, we all tried to contact Bevan. We didn't get a response. And then Ryan spoke to the town administrator to request this appeal that we're having right now. And that was in the end of October 2023. And he was told that it was way too late for that, which confused us because, as I've said countless times, we've never received a notice to abate. The 11/14/2022 email that is referred to as the notice to abate is not a notice to abate, and it was not properly served to us. And actually, we never even received the email. I don't know what happened, but I think that is a non-issue considering it wasn't served properly, so it's irrelevant. We decided, you know, after speaking to the town administrator, we had to hire a lawyer because nobody would even talk to us. We won the temporary restraining order early on in that. We ended up receiving discovery from the town of all their records, which was basically one giant PDF file of various emails to and from, repeated over and over and over, 500 pages long or something like that, that we dug through. And that's when we found out the town was actively working towards the condemnation and demolition of our building. The town hired structural engineers to inspect. They entered the premises without ever even telling us or even trying to tell us. Ryan and his family were living on the property in the motor coach behind the building. And of all these times that people were entering, he was never told. And he was there all the time because he was watching his daughter. So there's no excuse for it. So also to the point about us never getting a notice to abate, Mr. Harris emailed the attorney 4 times expressing his desire to move forward, but he never served the notice to abate ever. So the attorney told him to do it, and it seemed like, you know, Bevan was asking him, hey, you know, help me do this. I don't really know what I'm doing. And he didn't, nothing ever came of it. So 4 times he asked, nothing happened. And that's dropping the ball by Bevan and by the attorney. And the biggest issue is this building was 5,258 square feet total. Okay, 4,178% is commercial and 1,080 is residential. We demolished 637 square feet already. So the portion of the building that remains that needs to be taken down, and it's actually just the trusses and one wall and then partial wall. So it's not even like the floor joists or the back wall or any of that. There's only 291 square feet or 5.5% of the building still remaining that needs to be demolished. And it stood for 2 winters with heavy snow load and has not moved. The integrity of the structure is not compromised. I understand that over time, if those trusses are not replaced, it will lose structural integrity. But so far it hasn't. So I fail to see where the public safety issue comes into play when it's not falling down. That's been.
Can I jump in for just a second on that also? I mean, you look at buildings in town like Melissa's building. Why has that building not been torn down? Her fire was years before ours, and we all know that at least I know that her foundation is compromised and hasn't been repaired. Why are we being targeted? Bevan did say under oath in court that he doesn't like us, just so you guys know. And if we do end up in court over our building being torn down, that will be something that will be brought up, as he said it under oath in court that he didn't like us. And I mean, that right there, I think says it all. You look right across Mineral from our house, there's 2 structures right there that are leaning and ready to fall over. There's buildings all over town that are on the verge of collapse, but for some reason we're the ones who are being, it's like we're being attacked. And what is the reason for that? Because Bevan doesn't like us, as he testified in court, which, will help us win a court case if our building is torn down. I'm letting you know that we will sue the town and we will win a lot of money over this if our building is torn down.
I wanted to interject really here as a point of procedure, just to remind any public commenters or any presenters that when we're talking about this issue, we're really not considering any other buildings in town. That's irrelevant evidence. We're considering the code and the current building that we're considering. So just keep that in mind as we're talking, and as we might hear from public comment, we're considering the current evidence. Other buildings around town, whether we like it or not, are irrelevant to this discussion.
All right, and so in our hearing in Durango, the town attorney asked me if I was aware of this 1-year time limit we had. And apparently, if the property isn't fixed within a year, then we have to bring it up to current code. I still can't find anywhere where that is written or implied, or I have no idea where that information came from. And I'm not somebody who doesn't do research. It's what I wouldn't just throw away my children's future, this building that I put every penny that I had into, because I'm too lazy to look up something like that. That's just not true. So I really don't understand where it even came from. So at this point, we've been prevented from entering our building since October 26th of 2023. And how can I justify hiring this $10,000 engineer, putting up this fence, doing all of this additional stuff when this entire time I still think my building's going to be torn down? I've already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on a lawyer, electric, all of the things that we have done. And I mean, I should point out also that our building insurance had lapsed. It was a confusion. It's our fault. We didn't quickly enough get it, get a new policy in place. But that's part of the issue. Obviously, if an insurance company were involved, it would have gone much smoother. And, you know, they have adjusters, they have inspectors, they have money. So, you know, at one point we did have to wait until we sold a property in order to fund this, which we did, and we had the money. And then we had to hire a lawyer and all of this. So now we're sort of back in a situation where it's like, I can't justify spending another penny on it. So, I mean,
another penny until we know what needs to be done.
Why would I?
We'll spend the money if we know what needs to be done, and it's not going to be changed on us again. The goalposts aren't going to be moved again once we buy the lumber, which I've done. I bought trusses and then the goalposts got moved. There's a huge pile of lumber on the property that we've purchased to redo the roof and redo everything, but then the goalposts got moved and we were informed that we needed to put in a fire sprinkler and do plumbing and stuff that had never, the full foundation, stuff that had never been mentioned to us until after we had purchased all of these building materials.
Yeah, our attorney asked, because we got a list of things that Bevan wanted us to complete, basically for the occupancy of the apartments. He really detailed what he wanted done there. But there was never, I mean, obviously we needed a structural engineer, which we did get, who spoke to Bevan, to get more of a list, but it wasn't until January 18th of this year when our attorney asked for a list, like, what do they need to do? Because the foundation thing came up, as Ryan was saying, and we didn't know if there were other things that we were unaware of. So finally on February 14th, we got a list, and this is replace all the plumbing, replace all the electric, do things that are completely unnecessary. There's no plumbing even anywhere near that side of the building. And I want to stress again, it's 6% of the building. I mean, this is a huge building. It's 291 square feet that remain that need to be taken down. It is not how can you justify tearing down over 4,000 square feet for this tiny little section? It just doesn't make any sense. I am at a loss for it.
Also, the electric thing, we had that electricity buried. We worked with Carson, who I'd like to add we have a great relationship with. There was never an argument with. He loved everything that he said. But when we buried that electric, it was so that we could move back into the studio. So I could move back into the studio and really get to work on the building. And Bevan is the one who gave us the guidelines of what we needed to do to move back into the studio. And those things included getting electricity and putting in a full building fire alarm system, which we purchased and we're ready to install. And then when I asked Bevan when I could move back into the studio, he said, "Oh, nope, you can't do that." After we had hired Carson to bury the electricity and we paid him $40,000 for that work, then we were told that we can't move in. It's just been, I wish you could be in our shoes and see and experience what we've gone through with this building, because it has been so terrible. There's been one nightmare after another, and they've all been because of Bevan.
Also, more to the point of this building does not need to be torn down. 3 structural engineers visited this, well, 4, but initially there were 3. Not one of them said the building needed to be torn down. Not one. So why does Bevan want to tear my building down? I don't get it. It's withstood the past 2 winters with no movement, no further loss of structural integrity. And we have every intention of rebuilding and selling the property eventually.
Yeah. And
And getting out of
also,
here. I
yeah.
mean, I just don't know what to say anymore. It's not, I know that it's probably not something you can consider, but the blatant hate for us in these emails that went back and forth between the town and just comments made.
And the text
Just
message that we
blown
have from
away.
Bevan, the
I'm
text
blown
message
away.
from Bevan that says that he's no longer going to talk to us because he's fed up with us. We have that.
Yeah,
And I want to say, I'm not going to say anything about the other buildings here, about how our building's not in the worst condition. But what I will say is that will come up in court if if our building gets torn down and we have to sue, then those other buildings will be relevant in court. I'm just going to add that. And yeah, that.
Well, I mean, at one point during the communication between lawyers about whether Ryan could get back into the studio, the reason he's not here is he lives in Vale because he had to get a job and a place to live, and there are no places to live here. So, he's in Vale working. And now I've forgotten where I was going with the whole thing. Oh no, I'm sorry. In the emails between the attorneys, our attorney expressed that Ryan needed to get his daughter back in school. She's severely autistic, and this environment has been so much better for her than anywhere else she's been in the past. And even to this day, she still talks about her teachers here because she wants to come back. But the town attorney responded with some comment about how Ryan has custody of my kids and can be enrolled in school. It had nothing to do with what we were asking. It was none of his business. And I have custody of my kids. They are my kids. He doesn't even live here. I mean, the communication has been just so
Off
strange.
topic.
It reminds me of middle school in a lot of ways, because who cares who has custody of my kids? It has nothing to do with us trying to rebuild after a fire. And telling our structural engineer in a meeting that we're bad people is not conducive to good business. It's not conducive to having neighbors that you want to interact with. I mean, I just don't, I've never been
This
anywhere
man
where I've been
represents your
judged.
town.
Yeah.
Bevan represents your town, and he's not doing it in good faith. He is representing your town, and he's put his worst foot forward as far as representing the town for you. The comments that he's made under oath, the text message that we have that says that he's done dealing with us, the emails between him about Allison that are irrelevant, about her losing the job at the supermarket, that have absolutely nothing to do with this. I mean, that's all stuff. He's really representing the town in a bad light, and that's all going to come up in court if you decide to tear the building down.
It was also said in an email that my last name is spelled different because I'm trying to hide. I don't want to be judged. The fact of the matter is less than 6% of this building needs to be fixed. It's not dangerous. It's not falling down. It's not a public health or safety issue, and we're being targeted. So the code is not being applied correctly. It's not being interpreted correctly. And to be honest with you, it's written terribly. We have the right to appeal, but that's all it says. It doesn't say anything about how to do that. You can't find any information. When you call, it's too late. So none of the information in that town code says anything about having a deadline, about what our requirements are or what our rights are. It's all just very vague language that was clearly copied from some other town code, because I've read it about 10 times in different things as I'm searching.
And
So,
also, I want to also bring up something that Bevan said earlier as far as the building being where it is, how it's visible to the train guests and everything. That I know that's a huge part of this. That why it doesn't look good. It's unsightly. It was brought up so many times with us giving, him saying we had to put up the fence because it was unsightly. But that is not going to play well in court. I'm just going to say, because there's other, I can't talk about other buildings. Never mind. Ours is
yeah, I
unsightly.
mean, we understand the proximity to the train is an issue for construction because it could be, it could be dangerous if we were to do construction. And Bevan agreed with that. And we came up with a plan to not do any work last summer during the hours that the train was here. And also I'd like to point out in that meeting and email regarding that, it was indicated that we had to not do construction between May 5th and October 14th. Between the hours of 11 and 3. So wouldn't you assume that we had at least until October 14th based on that to make some progress? Obviously not, because the town was actively very busy and involved in proceeding with the demolition of this building, unbeknownst to us. None of this information was ever conveyed, and I appreciate that the trustees have no idea, what Bevan's job is, like detail wise, like he has a lot to do. He's doing this, that, and the other. And what he tells you, you have to believe is what actually happened. Unfortunately, that's not the case.
So here's what we want at this point. What we would like is a timeline with all the details of what need to be done, and we want the demolition to be put off so that and given a time so that we feel comfortable investing the money in having the engineer write up a report, knowing that there's not going to be other stuff added to it. We just want the town to give us a straightforward plan to remediate, a plan to a actual notice to abate, but we don't feel like we need to be putting up sprinkler systems in the building. We don't feel like we need to be putting a whole new foundation in, because our building is not going to fall down. And the only reason it took us longer than a year to do this, if that is actually code, saying that after a year you have to bring it to current code or something like that, that we were not afforded the ability to finish the project in a year because of the goalposts being moved over and over. I feel like we should get a year from the date of this hearing to finish the building. And then if it's not done by then, sure, tear it down. But the town has not shown us good faith. The town has not given us proper procedure, or has not followed proper procedure in giving us notices to abate or communication with us. Nothing has been done properly. Nothing.
Which
We haven't.
was decided in court that we did not get due process. So
That's why we won the court case in Durango, is because the town failed to do its job properly. Bevan failed to do his job properly.
The requirement for us to bring it up to current code is the point of contention, and it's arbitrary, and does nothing but to push us out, to take everything we have. I mean, we'll leave. I'm just not gonna leave my money. That's all. It's just really sad because, my kids don't want to move again. They don't want to go through that in high school. Because of misunderstanding in middle school antics that go on in this town, it just makes me really sad, honestly. And I mean, the first thing Bevan said tonight was untrue. We called 911 immediately, and I actually called 911 a second time, 15 full minutes later, because they hadn't arrived yet. And later we found out that it was communicated to the fire department that a barbecue grill was on fire. What Ryan said was our barbecue grill caught our building on fire to the 911 operator, but it got misconstrued or miscommunicated or something along the way. So one of the volunteer firemen mentioned that and said, I might have been a little quicker if I had known it was a building. So I know that's hearsay or whatever, but it happened. So anyway, our building doesn't need to be torn down. I don't have anything else to say. I mean, that is the
I just
point.
want to say, yeah, I want to add, we love Silverton and we got huge support from the community after the fire. And it was awesome. I just wish that the people in the community knew what was happening to us, what hoops we were being made to jump through, because they probably just saw us sitting on our hands, and that's not the case at all. We tried to work with Bevan, but every single time we talked to him, he added something else or changed something else on us, and it was the most confusing, unprofessional, frustrating event of my life. I know how to do the work, but I was given different instructions every time I spoke to him, and I was never given a notice to abate. I want to move back to Silverton. I want to be back in the community. I want our restaurant to be back up. We love it there. My severely autistic daughter loves it there. My wife loves it there. We miss it so much being away, and we don't understand why we were pushed out the way we were. We just want to come back and fix our building. We just need to know what the town wants from us, and it can't be stuff that doesn't make sense. And I know I'm not allowed to talk about other buildings, but how many buildings in town have sprinkler systems? I mean, why do we have to put a sprinkler system in? We're being singled out, we're being targeted, and it's not fair.
Yeah, the building is not falling down. It's not dangerous. It's not falling down. However, we have every intention of fixing it. And we ordered the trusses a year ago and had to cancel them. I mean, it's just one thing after another. I know I've said, I don't walk around and comment about how mine and Ryan's wife's health has impacted this, because it's not your problem. It's my problem. But I have to bring it up because it is a reason. It's not an excuse, but it is a reason that there were some of those delays in the summer last year. But once again, never heard a word from the town during that time. So we didn't know that there was even an issue with the building at all. So it's ugly. It's not falling down. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, we've heard from the building inspector, we've heard from the appellants. We now have a portion of our hearing where we'll have the building inspector rebuttal for 15 minutes. So Bevan, you're welcome to respond to any comments made, and you have 15 minutes. I'll give you a 5-minute when you have 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So, as I stated before, my job here is to make sure that houses, buildings are structurally sound, safe for occupants. When a fire overtakes a building, we don't know the extent of the damage. It takes investigation. And that's what was required. We didn't make the change on your structure until we unearthed the foundation when you did demo of the west portion of the structure, to discover that the foundation is completely under code. It was not even, they were pavers that were supporting the floor joists of that area. And then you informed me that you wanted to shrink the footprint of the property. But you were unaware of the fact that that would have affected, that would require a new foundation. Now, you've defamed me and my character and made comments about that, and I will not defend that tonight. And I will only focus on what our intention, what we wanted for you and your property, which is to rebuild and to do it in a safe and planned manner, which is why when we saw the extent of the damage, I realized that that's going to take a structural engineer to determine what was damaged, burned or damaged beyond repair and needed to be replaced. We're getting close to 2 years and you still haven't demolished all that's required to begin the process of rebuilding. I have emails and texts, and they will all verify my communication with you. And the abatement notice was emailed to you, and it was in a chain of emails that you responded to. So you're communicating that you didn't see that can be fair because it wasn't sent certified mail, but that was the early portion of our communication. And I quickly started to realize that I wasn't getting the same response in communication. I get many planned meetings that were canceled, and I'm happy to share all my communications with the public if that's where you want to go. And so the focus on notice to abate, we wanted you to renovate. It's got to be done in a timely manner, not only for you and your income and opening the business up again. It's also got to be done for the town, for the location that it's at. When you discussed not being able to build while the train was in, you're incorrect with that. That was no construction, delivery of materials outside of the perimeter fencing while the train's in town. Wasn't safe. Didn't mean that you couldn't renovate and work on the inside of the building. You can do it all winter if you want. But I don't know if I never communicated that you couldn't work on your building. It was just outside of the fencing where it was unsafe. Issues of timeline, I gave explicit instructions as we went along. I have documentation of that. I have no problem sharing that. I expected that when I sent an email that you received it, read it. And when that response was continually delayed, I would call and text to remind you, let you know if you missed it, that I had sent an email. I don't have a personal vendetta against you. My goal, my job is to make sure that buildings are built or repaired safely and by code. And everything that I do, when we made the change and it affected your trusses, it was because we discovered that the foundation was inadequate and that had to be updated. And that was required. You could have gotten the trusses and placed them somewhere, but you chose to cancel that if you ordered them. And so part of this is a process of discovery, what the extent of the damage is to the building. Heat does damage to foundations. Electrical, the building is a commercial building. Commercial buildings are required to have commercial licensed contractors work on them. The requirement for a sprinkler system was because it's the extent of the damage to the building requires that it be updated to code, to current code. That's why I required that. I can show you pictures of the electrical and you'll understand, we don't know how the fire affected that. That has to be updated. That's got to be updated by a commercial electrician. The plumbing as well. In order to effectively do it and not put you or the town at risk because we didn't inspect it thoroughly or bring it up to code would put us all in jeopardy. That's why I require that. Why I state that it would be better to demolish it is because it would be cheaper for you. It would be safer for you. And bottom line, you haven't met the timelines required. It's been almost 2 years and we're still talking about this. And you haven't completed the demolition to begin renovation. If it's a question of my character, then I've got plenty of people in town that can validate who I am. I can sleep at night. I never said I didn't like you guys. I want you to be safe. I saw things that didn't make me confident that you were concerned about safety or well-being. And that requires me to look more thoroughly. There is damage to the structure that the second engineer found that the first didn't. That's why we bring them in. And when you demolished part of the building, it exposed more of the structure that was inadequate. So I'm not doing this to some schedule or some design that I have personally, nor was my communication. It was only to tell the truth and to do it right and do it safely. I know you and Ryan want to do the work yourself. In that commercial structure, I can't allow it. And it's not going to happen unless you get your commercial license. And if it were a residential structure, then you'd have an opportunity to do some of that. But in a case like this as well, that has a commercial kitchen in it, it's under high scrutiny. And kitchens cause most of the fires in homes. And if your intent is to reopen the restaurant, then it's going to have to meet all of the current codes, not what you want, but what the state and the town and county require.
About 5.5 minutes.
Okay. We started out, I thought we had a pretty good relationship. I remember you named a sandwich after me. Is that right? We had a good relationship and I support local businesses. I liked you guys. I wanted to support you. I like what you're doing. The sandwiches were great. The food is great. And the communication broke down. If I failed to communicate to you effectively, then I'll take that on. But I have it documented. I have it in print and I can present it. And it was there. And at all times, I was available. I took calls. I never didn't return your call. I never didn't respond. And the emails reflect it. My texts reflect it. I care about everyone. And I specifically care that I'm doing my job the right way. And whether or not I like someone personally, if that were the case, doesn't matter. It's my job. Firefighter goes in. They don't care about your political, stance. They go in and they save you, or they go in, they put the fire out. They don't make it personal. I just want it done right. I want it done effectively. I want it done safely and costly. And if your intent and you go through the process of rebuilding, instead of renovating, instead of starting over, you can do that. But I can guarantee that's going to be more costly. And I think about that too. As a former contractor, wasn't looking to make more money on it. I wanted to do it that the outcome was real and truthful, and that you got what you want. I wish you luck on it. Done.
Thanks, Bevan. Just as a reminder for all of the responses, we've had two pieces to this. When we're talking about this, we're talking about the facts related to the building, maybe facts related to the timeline, not related to character, who likes who, feels what towards who, but really towards the timeline, the process that was followed, and the nature of this building and what needs. So that vein, as we move to the appellant's rebuttal and any public comment. So Allison, you're welcome to come back up. You'll have 15 minutes. I can give you a 5-minute timer when you're almost done. And yeah, I know we have Ryan back on. Great. All right, Ryan and Allison, the floor is yours.
So the fire happened October 5th, 2022. We received requirements or a remediation list outlining what Bevan just said had to be done. It had to be brought up to code on February 14th, 2024. How would we ever have known that we needed to do any of that until you provided that? We could not have known. And you're saying, Bevan, that 4 structural engineers are wrong and you're right, that the whole building needs to go. We know the electric needs to be replaced. We've never argued that, yet it continues to be brought up. We don't need new plumbing. There's already fire separation between the apartments and the rest of the building. I just looked at my building inspection from when we purchased the property last night and saw that that was indicated on there. There's no plumbing on that. I mean, it just doesn't make sense. Again, you didn't give us a notice to abate. It doesn't matter if you emailed it. It doesn't matter if you emailed it to me 100 times. It's not properly served. And it was not a notice to abate. It said notice to abate in this subject, but then it was just the town code. And then you specifically saying you would give us a warning on December 1st if we did not make progress. We sent you the structural engineer report on December 1st. You responded on December 2nd, thanking us for our continued cooperation with the timeline and the rebuilding process. So I'm a little confused about how I was supposed to know that that notice to abate that I didn't receive, that wasn't really a notice to abate, was a notice to abate. Do you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. And as I said, the remediation list we got in February of this year, there's no way we could have ever imagined that we'd have to put in a sprinkler system and all new plumbing and redo the foundation for the entire building. Why would we ever assume that? Especially considering none of the engineers said that. None of the people we spoke to, the contractors and just people around town and everything, Nobody understood that when that was brought up. And I want to specifically point out the trusses that are remaining today that need to be taken down are still there because our structural engineer informed us that it would be detrimental to the structure to take them out and then replace them. They have to be replaced one at a time in order to keep the rest of the structure intact. So that's why it's not done. Because it doesn't make sense. It would make it more dangerous if we had taken those out prior to having new ones to replace it. We never got a timeline. A lot of the issues that you bring up about inside of the building are irrelevant, but also they sprayed so much water and knocked so many things over and everything. It looked like a tornado or a hurricane came through there because of them trying to get to where the fire actually was, which was contained to the attic and then the east side of the building. It never even went near the kitchen. And also fires start in kitchens. That's irrelevant. I mean, why even bring that up? It doesn't make sense. We don't need to talk about things that have nothing to do with fixing this building. The extent of the damage you're saying requires us to bring up to current code is this 6% that's needs to be taken care of. Yeah, we need a foundation. You pointed that out. On that one wall, we need to re-engineer that wall. We need those trusses. We need to repair any smoke damage. We need to install a smoke alarm system that's interconnected. We need to have the electrical all redone, with the exception of the part we already did. And any plumbing, there isn't any, but we'd be happy to have that inspected by a licensed plumber to verify that. But you're so adamant that you're doing your job. You want it done right. You want everyone to be safe. You don't want us. I mean, I get where you're coming from, but you didn't even bother to send us a notice to abate. And you lied to us by saying that we spoke about these two structural engineers that you brought into our building without our knowledge. We have it on video. We met with you and the attorney and the town administrator and Bill and Bruce, and you said, I spoke to you about these reports. You did not. Anyway, you're referring to all these emails that we've sent. They have them because they are attached to the email that I sent. So there's no question about whether or not you communicated. You didn't speak to us after July of 2023. Not once. We both called you after receiving the demolition notice and you didn't respond, which fine. We had to hire a lawyer. That's where we're at. The building does not have substantial damage, and that is the requirement for having to bring it up to current code. Substantial damage, I would hope, equates to more than 6% of a total structure. Because if everyone had to bring up to current code for something that small, people would just rent. I guess that's all. Unless Ryan, you have something?
8 minutes.
No,
left. Go ahead.
I think you said it all, Allison.
Thank you.
Yeah, but the one thing I do want to say is, Bevan, you said you didn't like us under oath. It's recorded. You can't say in this meeting that you didn't say it because you said it under oath, so we have proof of it. Okay, there's proof. You said it to our engineer, and then you admitted that you said it under oath in Durango in court. So you realize we can prove that. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move to the portion of our hearing of public comment. Open it up for public comment. If there's anyone in person that would like to make a public comment, please come to the podium. You'll have 3 minutes. We'll do a total of 60 minutes for this session. Would you be able to give me a 60-minute timer and I'll do 3 minutes, please? We'll give each public commenter 3 minutes to make their public comment. Again, please, the public comment is not presenting evidence or calling on or cross-examining any witnesses, so just to clarify. All right, so we'll open it up for public comment in person. You can come up to the lectern and introduce yourself. All right, it doesn't look like, oh yeah, go ahead.
I'm coming with her just to stand. My daughter, how 15.
I just really want to bring up how this has affected my life as her daughter. And how I believe that this is really personal conflict and nothing but that. I have been deeply affected by this in school. And I mean, okay. I've been deeply affected by this at school. My high school teacher is a formal member of the town board, which gives me no other reason to believe that this is personal conflict. I have been targeted at school. Teachers have very blatantly treated me extremely different from other students. And I have no other reason to believe that this is why. I was withheld from going to Washington, D.C. after appealing 3 times to my principal, to the superintendent, and then to the school board. And I want to bring up how my brother Blake has also been completely ignored and shunned from this school. And I loved this school. I really do love being here, and I want to graduate here. I don't want to move. I mean, I'm going into my sophomore year, and I wish things could be different. And to bring up Kira, she loves it here. She doesn't want to move, like her teachers, her friends here, she loves it. And I don't believe that, I really just don't believe, like this school, they treated me and my cousin and brother amazing when we first came here. This treatment towards me did not start until this started. So I really do have no other reason to believe that that is why. The school has completely destroyed my mental health just since this has started. So really, I don't believe that this is not a personal vendetta against us. I do believe that it is. I mean, the way that you were staring at her and speaking to her just now proves that you do have personal conflict against us. Everything you said, like, just really screams that. And I believe as a 15-year-old that goes to this high school, I would know a lot about that. And I believe that everyone is acting like a high schooler right now. I believe that this is all personal conflict, and that's all. I mean, what my parents' actions, what my uncle and aunt's actions are, has nothing to do with me. So to be so affected by this at my high school when I'm just trying to come and learn is really just insane to me. Because as I've said, I do not believe that there is anything besides a personal conflict you have against us. And I believe that this is the only reason we're still standing here right now. The only reason we have not, the only reason that it is such a public nuisance now is because you are not allowing us to rebuild it. So I guess that's really all I have to say, but I mean, I do wish things could be different because I don't want to leave this town. I like it here. I love my friends. I loved my teachers until this. But like I had to stop going to high school in the middle of my second semester because of the way I have been treated so differently since this has started. So with that, I have all the reasoning to believe that this is personal conflict and nothing but that. And I also want to bring up Bevan and Jim. When I just walk around town with my friends, you guys give me dirty looks. I'm 15. I'm 15. And this is my reasoning for this is 100% personal conflict and nothing but that. So to even just, yeah. Like I've gone to,
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other in-person comment? Right, we'll move on to Zoom comment. If you're on Zoom and you'd like to make a couple comments, click your raise hand button. We'll promote you to panelist and you'll have. All right, seeing no public comment, we'll close public comment. So we'll now move on to building inspector appellant response to public comment. That can be a 10-minute period. Allison or Bevan, would you like to respond to public comment? We can start with Allison first.
No, I guess that's, I don't really have anything to say.
Okay, thank you. Bevan, did you want to respond to public comment?
I'm sorry that you're going through what you've gone through. And my intention through all this is I'd love to have you renovate, rebuild the home. But it's the timeline of it. It was never about not wanting you to rebuild. It was the timelines were not being met. Engineers, we have the communication, the documentation of that, so I'm not gonna revisit that. I'm required and contractors required to do the renovations and the repairs on a schedule, on a timeline. I have presented that with as much information as I had from the beginning. I gave you guidelines. As we got into it more, the depth of and the extent of the renovations and repairs required grew because we saw more. You changed the footprint of the structure and that changed the plan of the building. My job is to make sure that the building gets brought up to current code. And okay.
You're rebutting me and not.
Okay. Understood.
No, we can hold it there. Thank you, Allison. I wanted to give also Ryan a chance to respond to public comment, just so we're giving fair and equal time. We had one public comment, and if Ryan would like to respond, it's optional.
I just want to reiterate that we want to fix the building but we like the part that was damaged. We know that we need to change the foundation for the new footprint. We're happy to do that, but we don't feel like the building is in danger of falling down where we'd need to do the foundation for the entire building. And I think that that's what you're getting at, Bevan, with it being cost prohibitive to repair the building and it'd be cheaper to tear it down. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, as far as I know, if we fix that foundation or if we put a new foundation in where the new footprint is, replace those trusses, get rid of all of the rest of the charred wood, and it would not be that expensive. And we're happy to hire a contractor, a commercial contractor to do that work. We're 100% happy to do that. But as far as putting in this sprinkler and all of these other things, I mean, does that really need to be done? Is that really necessary? Or can we just
Ryan, I'm going to cut you off there in kind of the same spirit of responding to public comment. I think we're getting back into appellant response and building inspector response. So we're going to stop with
I
public
just thought
comment.
that Bevan used his time to.
Yeah,
to
I think
talk
we gave
that.
about equal setting there. So I'm going to pause you there. So we're now going to move to the point where we have Board of Trustees questions. So as you've been listening to all of this evidence presented and the rebuttals, if you have questions, I wanted to raise the point that we have Bevan as the building inspector, we have the appellant. We also have the opportunity here to talk to any parties of interest. And so Clayton, if you could clarify for me, you know, we have Sheriff Conrad here. We have several other people in the audience. I don't know if there's any other individuals that the Board of Trustees need to be aware of that they could have questions to. So Clayton, if you could give us some guidance on members of our audience here and who the Board of Trustees is allowed to ask questions of.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yep.
So parties of interest are whoever you deem them to be. It would be anybody that has a stake in the decision that you're making tonight. It would be anybody that would be required to have been served notice regarding like a zoning change surrounding the property. And so in this instance, I would make it as liberal as possible. And if there is a neighbor or someone else who might be affected, even by second or third order effects of your decision tonight, I would consider them a party of interest.
Okay, thank you. I have one question for Bevan and Gloria. We don't have any of the structural engineers with us tonight, is that correct? Online or with a present? No? Right.
He's found.
Yeah.
No, I do not.
I don't think so.
Okay, thanks. All right, so we'll open it up to Board of Trustees questions. Again, there's no time limit on this, so Board of Trustees, if you have questions for the appellant or Bevan or staff. Clarifications, please feel free.
I guess I have a question for the appellants. I was wondering during the 2 years, was there an attempt to obtain a building permit at any time or, you know, what action?
It's not really possible to get a building permit until we have a structural engineer report outlining what has to be done.
Right, and that report's not out yet?
No, unfortunately, our structural engineer is under contract, but he's so far behind, and we called probably 10 to try and find somebody sooner, but we just had no luck with that.
But is it fair to say, I mean, again, we're talking about a structural engineer from your perspective, and we're here a year and a half out. And the town has had 2 structural engineers come out in that time.
Yes, they provided reports. They didn't provide a design, which is a completely different animal. I mean, if you think about the cost of an inspection or a report, it's like $1,000. Just to hire the engineer is $10,000. And then.
For a design.
Yes. So, I mean, just the scope of work is indicated in the price difference, I think.
Bevan, I had a question to clarify again, reminding the Board of Trustees that we're kind of seated as if we are the building inspector, right? We've heard the report from our current building inspector in the process and timeline, but we're kind of seated as and making a decision as the building inspector according to our land use code. Bevan, can you clarify for us what would require, in this case, we're dealing with commercial and residential, but what would require a commercial or residential building to be brought up to code? Obviously, we have lots of historic structures in this town. It makes us very unique, special. And when someone goes to renovate something, there are different instances where that renovation might trigger something being brought up to current code, whereas the historic structure might not have been to code, but because of its state, it's grandfathered in or whatever. So could you clarify for us what kinds of things would trigger a commercial or residential building in town to need to be brought up to commercial or residential building code?
The extent of the damage, if it's the cost of repair, I believe is 50% of the value of the structure before it was damaged, requires a complete update to current code. The fact that it has a kitchen in it, commercial kitchen, requires that it has a sprinkler system in it to current 2015 code. It's not something that I'm making up or I personally want for you. It's because that's required. Once a structure has this kind of impact of damage, the litany of investigation has to be greater to make sure it's safe. And, you know, we discovered that
Even when there was no damage, I'm sorry.
There's no rebuttal back.
I get it. It's very frustrating.
Responses, so thank you.
and from all this, I'm the inspector. I don't engineer it. I'm not authorized to do that. I'm here to make sure that it's done by contractors to code and that it's brought up to where it needs to be safe. And as authority having jurisdiction, I can make calls on something when I don't feel comfortable about it and I feel like it requires further investigation, I can make that call. And when it's fire damage and when I find pavers that can move around as a foundation, I'm concerned. And so it progressively grew in terms of what our responsibilities were in remediating the structure. And it wasn't, ultimately I'm held to the code. So if I'm not holding the structure and the renovation or the construction of a new building to code in all aspects, then I'm responsible. And that's why the electrical, we have to do an evaluation. The plumbing, we do an evaluation. It has to ultimately be brought up to code. If the trusses, if the structural engineers, why I brought them in, says take them down in this manner, that's why I requested that they be utilized. And our engineers that came in did that evaluation. The design is completely different. Design is, and it's related to structural, but it's two separate items. Architects can be engineers. Most of them are not. Most of them leave that to a structural engineer to determine what needs to be, what the forces are and what needs to be in place to keep it and make it safe. So
again, just to clarify, the extent of the damage, cost of repair is what would require a commercial building or residential to be brought up to current building code.
yes, and the commercial aspect of the structure highlights that. So
It's irrespective of this timeline that we're conversing about 1 year from a notice to abate.
Correct.
Thank you. Other questions?
Yeah, no, that was my big question. But if there hypothetically, if there wasn't a fire, but I was remodeling a commercial building, and if it was 50% of the value of the building, then I can't just I have to bring the whole thing up to code.
Commercial is, well, yes.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. And commercial has different requirements.
Okay.
And in some cases, residential is more restrictive than commercial. Very, very commonly in electric. But it's ultimately, you know, it's going to take a thorough investigation to verify, like, we don't know what is affected and damaged. So we have to go in. I'm forecasting what I know from fire and from the damage that's been done, that these are going to be problems. And the code is ultimately going to dictate what needs to be replaced or updated to current standards.
I heard some questions percolating on
Ms.
this.
Reese, I got a couple of questions for you. Actually, just one. When you canceled the meetings with the town, did you try to reschedule?
I actually, this is the thing I didn't bring up before, but a lot of it was because for about 8 months in 2023, I was in Durango getting chemotherapy 2 to 3 days a week. So I couldn't come home to even I couldn't be in the same room with my kids during that 3-day period. So, it was just something that I had to leave to Ryan, which unfortunately, at the same time, his wife was on bed rest because of her back and he was taking care of their daughter. So I couldn't be as involved as I wanted to. I know it's an excuse, but
Thank you.
yeah.
Evan, these two reports you got done, engineering reports, could you just like briefly go over what they said?
Sure. They addressed the portions of the building that that were exposed, that were visibly affected by the fire. The second engineering report came in after the demolition of the west end of the building was removed. And that engineer did a more thorough evaluation and recognizing that the foundation was subsequent. They both acknowledged that fire impacts concrete and it breaks it down. So it's not the area structurally that was affected would have to be brought up to current standards. They evaluated essentially the same area of roof that was damaged. One identified more smoke damage. They were definitely more thorough than the Ruiz's first structural engineer, which is the engineering report it's there for everyone. It's not there to prove that someone is negligent or inadequate. It's just, we need to, as many eyes on it and as much evaluation as we can. There was nothing evident that, there were no surprises in it. We identified that the plumbing, much of it couldn't be exposed, but there were questions. When there's an unknown, they were communicated that. And that they stated that that would have to be evaluated further, just like the foundation. The second engineer and I identified a more structural impact and foundation impact on the northwest corner, which is all under the trusses that were burned. So, yeah.
Can you clarify with that? Does the structural engineer in that type of report provide any type of recommendation or simply an assessment of the condition of the building?
They made recommendations for repair, certainly. Yep. And
that's recommendations for repair. It's not design. What should it look like? Where should things go? It's
right.
This needs to be repaired. This needs to be repaired. And then the piece on top of that is current commercial and residential building code.
Correct. Correct. And the design directly affects how you engineer it going forward. So if, depending upon what the Ruiz's wanted to do, design wise, impacted that. That's why when they decided they wanted to change where the footprint of the building was, I brought up, we need a foundation on that wall because you have a lot more weight loading it, downward load on that wall, on that foundation.
These are all reports that were done in July 2023 and then October in 2023. From what I wrote down, October 2023. And there was also said that there was video of them entering your property. Was that seen during these reports or this has come out now after?
The video was of the inspection conducted by the town prior to the demolition that we attended. That's the first we learned that structural engineers were hired. We didn't know, but Bevan said that, we spoke about them, which wasn't true. But, I just want to point out 6% of the building That's not 50%. It's nowhere near 50% of the cost to repair that. I don't know how much more clear it can be. I mean, you do have the structural engineer reports as well. I sent them in that.
I do just want to clarify, I tried to open those reports on the link. We got your timeline of the events that happened, but it says it's a special access.
Oh, I don't know what that means. I'll fix it.
I think it's a Google Drive and we don't.
Yeah. Figure out how to do it on my phone, so I probably, messed it up a little bit, but.
I don't.
Can I ask a, sorry, follow-up question? So you saw the inspectors in there. Were you interested in seeing the reports?
Oh, yeah, I mean, we've read them and none of them said that the building needs to be demolished. That's the whole point, is like, these are 4 licensed structural engineers that disagree with his assessment that it needs to be demolished, and I have to go with that. You know, I mean, it's completely, like I said, I mean, over 4,000 square feet remain untouched. The foundation there was no fire anywhere near the bottom of the building where it remains today. And we, from day one, intended to have the wall where it currently is. It was not a change. It was a change from the original, how it was before the fire, but it wasn't a change. You keep referring to us changing plans. We didn't. We always were gonna have that exterior wall where it is now. And it used to be an exterior wall. So, I don't know.
Yes, I'm trying to understand like the timeline.
Oh, okay.
You got these reports. No, this is all helpful. Thank you. The timeline is you saw these reports, or you saw the inspectors come in, you saw the reports. But then you weren't able to hire someone until 2024.
So we hired someone in 2022 who did the initial little letter that he sent to Bevan. I've never dealt with structural engineers, so I didn't know what their procedure is. I don't know how they conduct their business, but I think Bevan even met with him maybe, or at least spoke on the phone with him. So I, probably ignorantly assumed that they had worked it out. I don't know. I mean, I was just overwhelmed with living in a motel and having nowhere to live, but after that, the engineers that were hired in July and October, we didn't know about until we received the notice to demolish. We didn't know, we had no idea. We didn't see them in the building. We just know about it because they were in the building. I mean, nobody denies that. But then immediately we got in contact with the engineer we're using now. So that was in November of 2023. And this is how far his line of clients are. It just takes this long to get any work done. And we found the same thing with everyone we tried to contact. We were calling people in Grand Junction, Farmington, in Denver even, and obviously they didn't want to travel that far. So we just were left waiting.
Elena, would you mind promoting Mr. Reeves, just so if there's questions that he wants to respond to for the appellant, if he has the opportunity? Thanks.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I think you were asking about those 2 engineers and us seeing those reports. We did not know that those engineers entered our building and inspected it. The ones that Bevan hired, we did not know that those engineers came to our building and did an inspection. He didn't let us know that that was happening. We didn't find out about that until I did the walkthrough with the lawyer and Bruce and Bevan, which was after the demolition was already ordered. So we couldn't respond to those engineering reports that don't say that the foundation is damaged. They do not say that. Please read them. But we didn't even know that those engineers had been to the building, so we never even saw those reports. And as far as we had an engineer hired, the original engineer who we hired, he came and did the inspection, and we got that done, and he was ready to write up blueprints and stuff. And then the foundation came up, and we obviously we thought we had to get him back up. But then after a period of time, I talked to him and he said, "Oh, I've been working with Bevan, the engineer that we initially hired." And he said, "I don't want to write anything up for you guys because I don't want to piss off Bevan." Because apparently engineers really, they like having contracts with towns. It's a lot easier for a town, for a building inspector to get an engineer than it is for someone who's fighting a town. It's really hard to get an engineer when you're fighting a town.
Okay, other questions from trustees?
Yeah, Bevan, so it's fair to say the engineers didn't say that the building needed to be demolished. The demolition came because nothing had been done.
Correct.
And it's been maintained to be a dangerous structure.
Correct.
Okay.
Mr. Reese, I think of one thing that's sticking in my mind, I acknowledge what you said, that notice to abate was not officially served, right? Okay, I can look in our code and read that. But I think at one point in this discussion, you indicated we never received that email. And then later in the discussion, you indicated that the email said in the subject line that it was a notice to abate, but it was really just a reference to the town code. So I'm just trying to clarify here. I hear an intent from the building inspector to provide information in a less official way. I think, again, we can all acknowledge you started this conversation with kind of, we're a small town. We really love being a part of this community. We appreciate that we handle things in kind of a really neighborly way. And so this can certainly be a lesson for the town. I think it probably for some staff feels harsh to submit letters by certified mail and with the sheriff showing up at your door when we're dealing with neighbors who've just been through a really unfortunate situation. So again, perfectly reasonable to say that this notice wasn't properly served, but I'm having a little trouble with earlier statements saying we never received that email at all. And then later statements saying, well, we received it. This was the subject line in it.
We didn't receive it. We received it as part of the discovery that the town sent to our attorney. So I didn't have that information until whenever we got the discovery. So that's where it was. That's where we saw it for the first time. So I know what.
Do you have any thoughts on why that might have been, considering all?
I don't know.
Emails?
You know, maybe it went into, I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna say that I know I didn't receive it. I mean, you know, I have 3 accounts linked to my phone and it doesn't, regardless of that, on November 4th, Mr. Buckner specifically told Bevan that he had to properly mail or serve a notice to abate. And he just didn't do it. And he asked him 3 more times. He implied 3 more times that he wanted to serve us with a notice to abate and never did it. So, I mean, he's basing all of this on the fact that we received this notice to abate that we didn't receive, but that's not the point. It was not done properly. And as far as I was a real estate broker for 25 years, I appreciate things being done. Things like this cannot just be neighborly. It's just not, you can't do that even in a small town, which is unfortunate. You can't just send me an email and then, you know, expect that to fly as your basis for tearing down a building that doesn't need to be torn down. And you can keep saying that you're a nice person and you don't hate us. Why do you want to tear my building down? It's not dangerous. We removed the portion that was dangerous and you just said to him that it stood and it was dangerous and it's still dangerous and it's not. It's a lie. I'm frustrated by this. I came here as a single mother with some money that I made off the proceeds of my house to put into this town, to bring income into the town, to be in a small community, to let my children have a better life. And this is how it's gone. And it's just terrible. I'm sorry, but if I needed sprinkler systems in my kitchen, I should never have been given a business license. Why didn't I need one when I opened my restaurant? Why does no one else need one? Why am I the only one? Because you think there's 50% damage, which is completely ludicrous. There's not. I'm sorry, this is all I have. I mean, I don't have an option to go somewhere else and start over. It's just not gonna happen.
Thanks for clarifying. Other questions from the presentation on timeline, evidence presented?
Yeah, just one more quick one on timeline. In the email, your account of what happened, it said, we hired a fourth engineer who was also in agreement with the three previous engineers. Did they do a preliminary report to decide that, or?
Actually, we just met with him and we spoke about what needed to be done, and then Bevan actually had a meeting with him. I don't know what, exactly was said, obviously, I wasn't there, but, yeah, he told us that, there would be no reason to, think that the entire foundation needed to be replaced or anything like that. I have an email that I didn't send you that he sent to my attorney saying that he was concerned about that point specifically, because it just wasn't something he's ever seen before.
Any other questions before we go into deliberations?
Who were the structural engineers that you spoke with?
We hired Tyler, is it Tyler? Sittner, first.
Yes.
Then, Matt Hepp is the one that we're currently using. He was recommended to us by somebody in town as well as our attorney.
Matt Hepp is who you hired this year.
Yes, yeah, last year, actually, it was. But end of last year.
So those are the two structural engineers that you stated you've spoken to 3 to 4 structural.
No, the 2 were hired by Bevan by the town, 2 were hired by us. Ryan actually tried to call and speak to one of them and they didn't know if they were supposed to do that, so they didn't have a conversation.
Any other comments? Questions? Shall we deliberate? Bevan, I just have one kind of more, continuing to kind of get on this idea. What we're thinking about is the structure is damaged. 2 structural engineers have indicated that there needs to be certain things done to it. In our code, the requirements for bringing something up to code would depend on the extent of damage and cost of repair. And so my question to you is, unless I'm just thinking out loud, did the structural engineers weigh in on the extent of the damage? Like, did they give any sort of information in those reports that speak to the extent of the damage? We've heard definitely some information and facts and evidence presented from Ms. Ruiz about the, scope of the damage to the structure and the percentages. Did the structural engineering reports give any more clarity there on kind of the extent of the damage of what we're talking about?
They stated where they couldn't see, so there's a large portion of the building that, the east portion of the building that had smoke, was affected by smoke, but we don't know the extent of the damage. The foundation was evident, at least the areas that was exposed, I've never seen a paver as a footing for a home. So this is like a paver that you could put a 4x4 post on.
We don't disagree with you on. Found.
Pelican. Yeah, so I seek this structural engineer's experience and knowledge to evaluate. And a portion of this is gonna be a search and discovery. So when as I wanna verify that the rest of the foundation is not pavers in the area that we can't see. And if they are, then that has to be updated that has to be improved to code. It's not. So the second engineer identified more damage and more exposure in his review. And that is something that I listened to. But smoke damage alone can have more of an impact on the structure extensively than fire. So I don't walk in there assuming that I know something. I ask for an evaluation of it, or we've got to determine it. I leave it to the electrical engineers or electricians to evaluate how much of the electrical system is salvageable. The fire sprinkler, it's not what I want or like to do in my job. It's what's required by code. So
The sprinkler system.
for an example, yeah. So it's my due diligence to make sure that we evaluate and assess it. And I lean on the engineers to make their evaluation. And then depending on what the design is for the rest of the structure, the engineer that does the work and the engineering for that design determines what's necessary.
Right, okay. And then Ms. Reese, a follow-up question for you on that point is, you've shared with us a bit the 6% number, which I really appreciate. This argument that a certain portion of the building was damaged, the rest of it was not. And so is that what the structural engineering report says, or tell us a little bit more about how you've come to that number?
If I can see it. And yes, the structural engineer reports indicate between 5 and 7 trusses. The first one said 5, the other 3 said 7. So I tend to agree with the other 3, that it's 7. But it's hard to explain, but this building was nearly 100 feet long and about 20 feet burned. That's it. So, and it's not just that, the other end of the building has the second story where an apartment is, and that's above the commercial kitchen, which is a football field away from where the fire reached. It went into the attic, but it didn't burn past the 7 trusses. So there's still, 15 to 20 feet before even reaching the kitchen. And, Bevan and Bill came and we removed portion of the ceiling next to the kitchen so they could see that it didn't have any fire damage. And we removed the paneling and they saw that there was not even any smoke damage below the paneling. So it never reached anywhere near the kitchen or the plumbing or the majority of the building. So you cannot say that 6% constitutes substantial damage, and that's the standard for having to bring it up to code is substantial damage.
And is definition.
No, it's math.
Well, but do you know where all the smoke went? Do you know?
No, I'm saying structurally, there's 6% remaining that needs to be, and it's actually less than that because it's not even, it's just the trusses. And then the one wall, the wall that's currently there that will be an exterior wall wasn't an exterior wall, even though there's no smoke or fire damage on it. It needs to be replaced because it needs to be an exterior, it needs to be engineered correctly. And it wasn't. So, I mean, we're not unreasonable. We understand that the foundation under that portion was done who knows when, and they didn't do it properly. But to say that we have to replace it under the whole building is ludicrous to me. And smoke damage, as far as I'm concerned, doesn't require a license to mitigate. It's something that, you know, whether it's reinstalling drywall, I mean, I can hire a drywall man to come do that. I can do it myself. I mean, it didn't penetrate anything. I don't see how smoke damage can, you know, make it not safe. It just doesn't add up.
I think for your sake, I'm trying to wrestle through this idea in my mind of like, at what point do we need to bring this building up to commercial and residential code? Again, recognizing we have historic structures in our building, in our community, and until something happens with them, they don't have to be brought up to code because they're historic structures. But then something happens to them or with them or renovate them, and you have to, you know, something was built too close to the lot line, or right, we're an old town, we're 150 years old. And so I'm just trying to tease out at which point code would apply for really needing to apply new.
So it's different for residential and commercial, but, you know, most things are left the way they are unless it's substantial damage, which, I mean, the portion of the building that received the most damage is gone, and it has been gone. So we've dealt with that. And as I said earlier, I really want to make this point because it's very important. Our engineer said, do not remove those trusses. If you remove them before you replace them, the building will lose structural integrity. It's gone 2 winters without moving, so it's okay. It doesn't, if we took them out, it would not have been. That would have brought up a huge issue, but not having the trusses on site to replace means that we can't, you know, complete the demolition of that portion. So, I mean, that would actually make it very unsafe. So, I don't know.
Question I have for staff, and then I know everybody's getting ready to move on. So considering this sort of timeline, we have abatement of a nuisance. So the town made a determination that this building is a nuisance and needs abatement. The point of contention is the service of that abatement notice, okay? Then based on that nuisance and service or unservice of that abatement notice, then there's an issuance of like a need to demolish the building because the abatement of the nuisance hasn't happened. Is that fair enough to say kind of that sequential events?
Yes.
So I'm just trying to understand from Mr. and Miss Ruiz is like, if you would have been told that this building needed, then this was a nuisance, it needed to be abated, it needed to be brought up to code. And again, to Bevan's point, it takes a while to figure out what that is. You need multiple structural engineers, you need evaluation of what extent of the damage there is. It needs to be brought up to commercial code. You're gonna need sprinklers, you're gonna need a new foundation, you're gonna need new inspection of the plumbing and verification if you need that. Obviously, the trusses need to be replaced in this order that your engineer has recommended. Electrical. How would that have changed your thinking? Or like, I mean, where are we now? That's a really long list of pretty extensive and extensive investments. And so I think we all want an outcome where this building is not in its current form, right? Its current form is not safe for you or anyone to live in or use. And its current form is not super safe to be just sitting there and doesn't meet our code. Again, we're not looking at what other buildings in town don't meet code. We're looking specifically at this building. And so we need an outcome where something happens to this building. That's what.
Yeah, I mean, the things that we've talked about need to be done, but, to say nothing to us for half a year and then come to open the mailbox and we're being demolished is ridiculous. That's not how you treat people. It's just not. And regardless of what Bevan has heard from others, I am not a bad person. I just want to contribute. I just want to fix my building. If we had known about all of this stuff from the get-go, we would have had a better plan. It wasn't until this February that he gave us this list that just blew our minds. I mean, our structural engineers never heard of it. The people, the contractors we spoke to were just shocked by it. After seeing the building and seeing how much is really damaged, it does not constitute substantial damage. But, you know, the timeline is irrelevant considering we didn't even know what we needed to do until February. And that's just guesses based on, I don't know what. He's apparently smarter than 4 structural engineers. They say this and he says the whole building. I just, it's frustrating. I can't possibly see any justification for that. I mean,
I think we're about ready to move on from questions. Are there any remaining questions for the board before we deliberate? For Bevan or Miss Ruiz or Clayton staff? No? All right. Thank you. We'll now move on to the portion of our hearing that's trustee deliberation. I'm gonna keep an eye on the time. We will have to make a special motion if we go beyond 11 o'clock. So I'll open it up for deliberations.
I do wish you're able to hear from some of the structural engineers tonight. I will say that. So the options for us is complete demolition, or we can allow more time for them to demolish the part that needs to be demolished and then do repairs. Are those our two options?
Yeah, I can go back a little bit to the script again. So kind of going back to the piece, we're considering the evidence presented here. The decision of the building inspector is presumed to be correct. The appellants have the burden of proof to show that the building inspector's decision is overturned based on his or her failure to properly interpret and apply the land use development code. We either need to reverse, amend, or remand the building inspector's decision upon finding that he failed to properly apply and interpret the code as it applies to the property at issue. And the standard of proof for the appellants is a preponderance of the evidence. Preponderance of the evidence standard means the evidence presented at this hearing must show it is more likely than not that the 51% likely that the building inspector failed to properly interpret and or apply the land use development code, municipal code, or that some other factual basis exists for the proposition that the property is not subject to demolition. Anybody need clarity on that? Or we need me to read it again? Yeah.
Does the part of the code, I think there were like few of abatement of nuisance, advocating of dangerous non-conforming buildings, and then to vacate the property. Did those specific parts of the code have a process for notifying the tenants? And that is where we're having a lack of clarity.
So Clayton, clarify me if I'm wrong, but what we're really talking about here is the town issued a notice of demolition. So either the appellant was required to demolish the building or the town would demolish the building. And the judge has said that can't happen until this hearing happens. That is on pause. And so are we reviewing the notice to vacate, the notice to abate? Is that your question, Lindsay?
Yeah, because it defines like the year timeline here.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I think the relevant piece is being here, like, is it a non-conforming structure? Is it a dangerous structure? What was the notice to vacate? What was the notice to abate? And then that leading to this previous town notification of need to demolish. Does that question make sense?
Yeah, I think there's multiple questions there. But I'll take them in turn. So we're talking about a couple different things. The determination this evening is whether or not there is, sufficient evidence to find that there's a dangerous building. The other piece of the pie that you have to consider is the non-conforming use. The non-conforming use comes into the mandatory demolition determination based on the code, which is 16840. And it states in pertinent part that if there is a discontinuation of the non-conforming use, owner of the property or premises shall have 1 year from the date of interruption of the non-conforming use to reinstitute the non-conforming use. Otherwise, they have to, and I'm paraphrasing now, otherwise you have to bring it up to the current code. And that's what Mr. Harris has been, testifying to, is that non-conforming use. And so at some point, you get 1 year after it's declared a dangerous building or nuisance, and then any grandfathered structural nonconformities have been basically given up, and they have to come under the new code, or the existing code at least, which is not very new. And that's what Mr. Harris has been discussing. And so that's kind of, it isn't just one thing, it's kind of twofold. Whether or not you believe that the building is a dangerous building, but also whether or not you believe that it's a dangerous building under the current code, which does require that the building, if it was previously non-conforming, be brought into a conforming use, which ties into the infrastructure and foundation and the fire mitigation systems, et cetera, that were already discussed this evening.
So is it fair to say that there's two pieces that we require this building to be brought up to current code? One, that it's been non-conforming use for a year, and two, extent of the damage triggering to an existing structure, as Bevan said earlier, triggering the need for this building to be brought up to code. Is it fair to say that there's those two pieces?
Well, I think it is fair to say, Madam Mayor, there's two pieces, and that's because it's been beyond the year for non-conforming use. And so once there has been a determination that the structure is a dangerous building or otherwise non-conforming, and if you find that there's probable cause that notification has been given for that, and that the non-conforming structure is still not up to current code based on the testimony and the evidence you have before you, then whether or not the building was standing before, I guess, based on the existing use, if and when a building becomes dangerous and or destroyed as determined by the building inspector, then there is a certain amount of time before that building has to be brought into conformance before it must revert to the new code. And I think you've heard, plenty of that testimony tonight regarding water mitigation systems and commercial use and infrastructure and foundation evidence. That's what that's referring to. And so it is a two-part analysis, but suffice it to say, there's the article you're looking at is 16850 non-conforming buildings or structures that refers to the 1 year compliance period. So I hope that answers your question, but it is a two-part kind of analysis. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Question, can we go to executive session?
Clayton, we have a question. Or can go to executive session as part of this public hearing.
I don't believe it was, Gloria. You can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't think was there an executive session notice tonight?
No,
No.
no. So no.
I don't. I would advise not going into an executive session unless it was noticed and or there's some, absolute reason to go into it, but my advice is no, we should not go into an executive session unless it was noticed.
And then Clayton, for the notice of abatement in the code itself, does it specifically say how it needs to be communicated to the appellants, a certified mail or email, or is it pretty general?
So the notice of abatement is notice. It's not a typical law for Colorado is certified mail for notice for abatement or any sort of formal notice that regards personal property or triggers other property rights. I'm not going to weigh in on whether or not that happened. That's going to be a determination from the board. But the most, I guess I would say the minimal notification would be a certified mail. I would also say to the board, however, that at least from the time of the original notification that triggered the injunction, that the owners have been on notice that this has been contemplated. So this is not a new event. The owners have been noticed and have responded appropriately with an attorney and by and through their injunction process to stop the town from going forward with the decision you have tonight. So I think from the time that they knew of the abatement before the injunction, so we're talking months now, which is well beyond the minimum requirement for under our town code. But again, that's all public. And I don't think there's any argument as to the notification regarding post injunction period, which has been months.
So I think kind of stepping back and orienting us all on how we're thinking, unless someone else has really strong perspectives they want to share, is it seems to me like what we're considering here is kind of the notice to abate and then this full use of non-conforming building. And as I look to the code, 16.850, as Clayton was referencing to, talks about a non-conforming building. It can be maintained indefinitely until such a time that is moved or substantially damaged or destroyed. And so really kind of what we're working with in our code is making determination on whether it's been moved or substantially damaged or destroyed. And the indication here in our code is that they'll have 1 year from the date of damage or destruction to reconstruct the building. So we're already past that if we're making the determination that it's been substantially damaged or destroyed. Regardless of whatever notice was provided. That's what's in the code. And then reconstruction of non-conforming structure may take place and the non-conforming status retained if all of the following conditions are met. It talks about setbacks. It talks substantial completion of the new structure takes place within 1 year of the removal, damage, or destruction of the original building. And compliance with all applicable building and fire codes adopted by the town. So the things that kind of stand out in my mind is that we've heard, well, first of all, we have this kind of time frame that is irrespective of notice. if we're making a determination that the building has been substantially damaged or destroyed. And then the second piece is compliance with all applicable building and fire codes adopted by the town. And so I guess unless Bevan could clarify or Clayton could clarify, that means bringing the structure that's being reconstructed up to current codes. And at least according to our building inspector, the expense of that far exceeds, like, it would make more sense for the current owners to demolish it. Now, again, it's not really the town making that financial decision for them, but we're already kind of on this, like, it's been almost 2 years into this fall that this building has stood in its current form with some various things happening to it, some by the owners and some by the town. So it's sort of this question of, is it substantially damaged or destroyed that would require removal, damage, or destruction within a year, and compliance with all applicable building and fire codes adopted by the town? And if that is too costly, then does it require demolition? Again, we still have this building that needs something done with it. So, comments, thoughts?
And I mean, really, we're ruling on whether or not we disagree with what Bevan's initial finding was.
Correct. Would we operate, and is there enough evidence?
Yeah.
We don't have structural engineering reports from the appellant.
I didn't share them. I fixed it. Sorry.
I have the structural reports here that the town forwarded. I have Sittner's report. I don't have Matt Hepp's report. So,
Yeah, I think.
If I may.
We have an email from Ms. Ruiz, thank you. We do not have the evidence. The appellant did not present evidence for or against whether this is substantially damaged or destroyed. And it's on the appellant to make arguments.
Send it.
Right, we don't have access to it. It's not available to us. So we can't use it outside of this current public hearing. Unfortunately, that is the process we're with. None of us are able to review any evidence before or after this hearing. It's solely what's presented here.
Can I make something clear? I didn't make the judgment of this building needs to be demolished because I want to save, them money, or it's, that has to do with the code and the requirement from after 1 year that it required or mandatory demolition.
Yeah.
I know that exposure to the elements for a structure over time has an impact on it. So, they want to rebuild, that's fine, but the timelines are what I was basing all this on. The fail confidence in their ability to get it done on the timelines that we required and that the code requires.
And they think to actually properly do your job and notice us. It didn't happen. Today is our appeal for the abatement. 1 year did not start when this fire happened.
So I think we're not going to go back and forth at the moment.
He did not provide us due process.
The judge ruled that the town did not provide due process by not providing this hearing. So that requirement is currently being satisfied. What we as a board have to go off of is what's in our code. And what's currently in our code, and thank you for fixing the link. So I encourage trustees, if they would like to see the engineering reports, the link is now fixed. What we have in our code is 16.850, which talks about a non-conforming building or structure. And to me, the key piece is, if it's okay with you guys, do you want me to read that section?
Sure.
Okay. It says any building or structure existing on May 14th, 1984, which does not conform to the regulations prescribed herein, shall be deemed a non-conforming building or structure. Such building or structure may remain indefinitely until such time that it is moved or substantially damaged or destroyed. Any non-conforming building or structure moved to a new location shall be brought into compliance with the standards of the district in which it is relocated. Reconstruction on the vacated lot shall meet all requirements of the district in which it is located. The owner of such damaged or destroyed structure shall have 1 year from the date of damage or destruction to reconstruct the building. Reconstruction, and it doesn't say anything about notice, it's just if it's been substantially damaged or destroyed and it was previously non-conforming. Reconstruction of the non-conforming structure may take place and the non-conforming status retained if all the following conditions are met. No less than the total square footage of the original non-conforming structure or the minimum requirements of said district shall be included in the new building. Setback distances of the new building are no less than those of the original structure. Substantial completion of the new structure takes place within 1 year of the removal, damage, or destruction of the original building. Compliance with all applicable building and fire codes adopted by the town. Failure to meet the above conditions for reconstruction shall require that the non-conforming building or structure be brought into full compliance with the provisions of this chapter and the district within which the building or structure is located, including this section. Any addition built onto a non-conforming building or structure must comply with all the provisions of this code and the district in which it is located. The use of a building or structure is separate and distinct from the actual building or structure itself and shall comply with all the provisions of this chapter and the district in which it is located, or if applicable, within section 16-8-40. So for me, when I look at that, and again, I'm very sympathetic, Ms. Reason.
If you're gonna use that, you're saying that my building is substantially damaged. It is not. I encourage you before literally destroying my life to read those reports. Please, please, please read the reports. I apologize for not getting the link to you correctly first. But you're basing a decision on what one person said versus licensed structural engineers. I mean, it's a disservice to all of us if you don't actually do your due diligence and read the reports and come to your own conclusion. It is not substantially damaged. For the code you just read does not.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna interject now. Just for our conversation, again, this is a terrible decision that we're forced to make. And I think I am forced to make it because these reports do show damage. They do not say that the entire thing needs to be demolished, but since part of it is damaged, it is dangerous, then it is up to us to take care of it. Our code did read 1 year from damage with or without notice. And I don't just, based off of the initial reading that we had tonight, which is the preponderance of evidence enough? I do not believe that it is to overturn Bevan's decision.
Okay, thanks, Tyler. Additional discussion. Thanks, Reese, for this information and the recommendations. And if you can have discussion, or if folks want to engineering reports as well.
I'm looking at it. I'm seeing, not the recommendation for total demolition, but demolition of all visibly charred roofs. This report was made last August. I asked a series of questions about timelines and when information was received, and I didn't hear an overwhelming evidence to contradict Bevan's ruling or Bev's decision around the notices, the determination. I mean, I hear this is again, this terrible decision, but it's preponderance of the evidence. And I'm just not seeing it.
I think it's really challenging for us when we're in situations where we are bound by a code that feels Like, it doesn't give us the leeway to maybe make the decisions this has happened in the whole tenure that I've been on the board, right? We would like the code to say different things. We would like the code to work better, work differently. It's part of the reason why we're rewriting our entire land use code, because there are areas for improvement. But as the Board of Trustees, we are pretty limited in what we are legally able to do and the legal determinations we're able to make.
I'm just gonna say this, I know that I'm speaking on a term, but it's okay for you to follow the code one way, but not the other.
I'm gonna have to ask you to stop. We're the trustees are now having deliberations. And discussion. So it's a discussion among the trustees to make our finding. I think it's challenging when we're in situations where we have limited ability to maybe make a decision that we would like to make differently. And I'm not going to speak to how the trustees have discussed this before, because that was done in executive session. That was also done in a previous board. That's not part of the evidence today. So all we have to go on today is the evidence presented and whether or not it supports overturning our building inspector's recommendation and determination previously. And those are kind of the constraints with which we're operating, unfortunately. So if folks want to look a little bit more at the reports, I think it is helpful.
This hearing should have happened over a year ago.
We're in the portion of our hearing where we're just.
Year.
Gotta ask for it at this point, you're gonna have to.
I will, but you can't use the year if you're not gonna.
Sorry, we're having discussions among the trustees now. I would make the argument that we have our current code and the process can be imperfect. Town administration can be imperfect. If I want to do something on my property, it also is on me to know what the code says and know what the requirements are. Whether that's fair or not, whether that's always accessible or equitable, that kind of is what we have.
Just the parameters of the code and the evidence, I think it's really tough to overturn what Evan's decision was.
But this is still a deliberation. To really make a case that we have something different here. We have these structural engineering reports. There certainly could be another case to be made.
I'm reading this though, and I'm not a structural engineer. So I know this is the hard part where I needed evidence presented that would contradict what Bevan said. And from the presentations given tonight, I did not think that was satisfied. And I'm not able to read this and really be able to make the determination different.
Can I state something?
I think right now we're just in trustee discussion, Devin. Thank you. Carl.
My feeling is that there may have been some mistakes or missteps, but I totally support Mr. Harris's decision. At this point, I don't think that the evidence is in any way overwhelming in favor of the appellants.
And just procedurally, just to clarify, it is the burden on the appellants to bring us this evidence, or to maybe have, brought Matt Happ or another engineer to speak to the.
I'll just read to the script that we have. It says the decision of the building inspector is presumed to be correct. The appellants have the burden of proof to show that the building inspector's decision should be overturned based on his failure to properly interpret and apply the land use development code. The Board of Trustees must reverse, amend, or remand the building inspector's decision upon finding that he failed to properly apply and interpret the code as it applies to the property issue. Clayton, I see you jumped on. Did you want to add any clarification there?
No, I wanted to make clear for the board that anybody who would review this, your process here at this hearing would be the district court, and it would be an appellate process, and they would be reviewing under an arbitrary and capricious standard, which means you have to have a reasonable basis with the evidence presented to make your decision today. And so I just wanted to make it clear kind of what the threshold of your analysis is. And so anybody looking back on the decision you make, which would be a district court, if this was appealed, would be under an arbitrary and capricious determination.
Thank you. And again, the next paragraph is the standard of proof for the appellants is a preponderance of evidence. Preponderance of evidence standard means the evidence presented at the appeal hearing must show it is more likely than not that the building inspector failed to properly interpret and apply the land use development code, municipal code, or that some other factual basis exists for the proposition that the property is not subject to demolition.
Also, Dana, I think pointed it out a moment ago, but I mean, our code was applied. I got hung up on notice of abatement for a minute too, but the code is there. I can't go start working on my house without going through the proper procedures. The code is there. It's available to everybody. And yeah, the damage was done over a year and a half ago. So in the code, it states it's a year. To bring it up to formal standards. So it's a very shitty thing, but
In the scope of the code, there's really.
Clayton, clarification for you. Again, the section of code that I read talked about it needing to be brought into full compliance. It doesn't talk about demolition there, but an option, like what the town board has a legal authority to require demolition to abate this nuisance as it stands as a non-conforming building. Let me clarify.
Clarify the question for me.
Yeah, so the section of the code that talks about non-conforming buildings or structures talks about if there's been substantial damage or destruction to meet all these requirements, including compliance with applicable building and fire codes. And if you don't meet those conditions for reconstruction, if you don't meet those conditions, then you have to bring it into full compliance with all provisions of Chapter 16. It doesn't speak to demolition, but can you speak a little bit to how the town was using its authority to require demolition of this building?
Sure. So, I mean, I don't have an opinion as to whether there is substantial damage. That's up to the Board of Trustees based on the presentation of evidence. So there's basically a two-part analysis here. Both the non-conforming and the dangerous building statutes require the same thing, which makes it an easy analysis, at least at the outset, which is, do you believe that there is substantial damage to the building? I've previously provided a memo that talks to substantial damage, which basically determines that substantially damaged or destroyed structure regarding the context of section 16850 has to do with whether a structure is substantially damaged or destroyed. And that standard definition of that term as reasonably applied means substantial damage used in this context is damage in an amount which repairs would exceed 50% of the market value of the structure. Destroyed used in this context is synonymous with substantially damaged and or means a structure that is a total loss and or repairs are not technically or economically feasible. So the first part of your analysis has to do with whether or not you determine the repairs would exceed 50% of the market value and or the structure is a total loss and or repairs are not technically or economically feasible, depending on the evidence that's before you. If you determine that there is substantial damage, then that is, that's the first part of the analysis. And then secondly, you would then go into your demolition statute or demolition ordinance. And that's where we're talking about if there is substantial damage, then there is a demolition requirement under 16830. And that's really where you're at, is that first threshold. If you find that the evidence suggests that there is substantial damage, then it has to either be, then it puts the building into a non-conforming use and it triggers that 1 year mark. There are other process issues though that you need to consider, and that is whether or not the owners knew or should have known based on notice from the town if their building needed to be, brought up to code within a certain amount of time. And so those are all things on the table. And so I think that's that two-part analysis, is substantial damage and or destruction. And then if if you determine the owners knew or should have known to bring the code up to structure, or excuse me, bring the structure up to code. And that's where you're at today, is making that determination.
Yeah, thank you. And our decision is based off the assumption that the building inspector's determination based on the code is correct, and that the appellant needed to present a preponderance of evidence that those two pieces were not met.
That's right. So you will decide the way that this, and the reason that is the basis of review is that an appellate court will look at this and say whether or not your decision here is arbitrary or capricious, meaning whether it was made outside of reasonable support. And so as the moving party in determining whether or not the structure is non-conforming and or a dangerous building, you have to determine whether that is supported by a preponderance of the evidence and or overturned by a preponderance of the evidence, which means more likely than not standard. So you're looking at basically a 51% model that suggests, is it more likely than not that this is or is not what Mr. Harris purports it to be? And so you have to look at the evidence presented on both sides and then determine giving Mr. Harris the slight advantage. I mean, we're talking about 1% and a preponderance of the evidence threshold, whether or not the evidence supports that this is a dangerous building, or whether or not the evidence presented against it supports that it is not, and then determining whether or not it's not conforming and doing some sort of analysis, which I believe you're doing in your deliberation, to determine whether or not whether it can be brought into full compliance within 50% of the value of the building, for that definition.
Thank you. Yep.
Should we try and divide it up into part 1 and part 2 just to help us move forward?
Sure. And let me just put out there that what we will be looking for in making a determination is a motion to either affirm, reverse, or amend the building inspector's decision in whole or in part, or a motion to remand the matter back to the building inspector for reconsideration consistent with the land use code. So our options are affirm, reverse, or amend, and send it back to building inspector to say, these are the parts of the code we want you to look at again.
Can I ask the building inspector a question?
I think that's a question for Clayton. We're doing our deliberations. Often in deliberations, we would ask staff. Obviously, we're using you. But I want to make sure that we're just proceeding correctly.
Sure, I would just make sure it's a clarifying question and not, if you're gonna ask the building inspector a question that requires new information, I would suggest you also allow the owners / appellants to respond. But insofar that's a clarifying question, I think that's appropriate.
I think it's just clarifying.
Go
I
for
don't
it,
mean
Ryan.
to put you on the spot, but I do have a question. Do you have all the certificates that you need to be a certified building inspector?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
But that being said, as authority having jurisdiction, I've been issued with that responsibility. And that allows me per code to have authority. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I have a Clayton question.
Great, go for it.
Clayton, this question's for you. Does historic precedence have any relevance in this matter?
I mean, typically, no, I don't know what you mean by that, but
Well, and this is where, this is my meaning in this. Some years back, there was an older structure that was deemed by the building department to have structural integrity issues. This building, was removed by the town of Silverton. Does that have any historic precedence? Meaning this has been done before. Does that have any precedence now?
well, I mean.
And if the answer is no, that's fine.
No, I mean, it's kind of yes and no, but mostly no, Trustee Harper. I think each of these cases have to be taken as a case of first impression for the board and only determined based on the evidence that you have before you at the hearing today. And so that's the purpose of the public hearing.
Understand?
There is some historical advice is not wrong, but and precedence isn't necessarily a bad thing. But you really should be making your determination based on the facts that you have before you for this particular property and not concerned for what's happened in the past. And I hope that helps. I know it's not the best answer, but
No, that's perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I recognize that we're gonna go beyond 11 o'clock. We have more on our agenda. So I first entertain a motion to extend the meeting past 11 o'clock.
Vote. Second.
Roll call, please, Melina.
Trustee Halverson?
Yes.
Trustee Gardner?
Yes.
Trustee Schnitger?
Yes.
Wakefield?
Yes.
Trustee George?
Yes.
Pro Tem Harper?
Yes.
Mayor Kanker?
Yes. All right, unless anyone has any other further burning clarifying questions, I think it's time to move on to a finding. So again, the options before us are to affirm, reverse, or amend the building inspector's decision, or to make a motion to, in whole or in part, or a motion to remand the matter back to the building inspector for reconsideration, consistent with the land use development. Would anyone like to make an argument that it should be sent back to the building inspector in some fashion based on the evidence presented? Or would anyone like to make a motion for any of these other options, affirming, reversing, or amending the building inspector's decision?
You don't want any more discussion, or you do?
You go, yes, sure.
I think part one of, is there significant damage? I think we've heard, I've personally been satisfied with hearing enough evidence from Ms. Harris that we have, and not enough on the appellants that there wasn't significant damage. I think some of the numbers were slightly arbitrary, and I did get lost in some of the information, which seems inconsistent to me. That's part one. Part two on, was notice served properly? It doesn't sound like it was. What that means for like an amending process, I'm not sure. But the fact that this, wasn't certified mail, I think we've all gone over the reasons of our small town, blah, blah, blah. But that wasn't properly done, is what I've seen. So I'm not, first part seems to be a correct decision. Second part of, was there proper notice? It wasn't certified mail is what it sounds like the standard is.
Clarifying question for Clayton. The potential lack of proper notice was for the notice to abate. But I think when I look at the code related to non-conforming building or structures, is it the notice that this is a non-conforming building or structure, or the notice to abate the nuisance that triggers this 1 year time frame?
I think it's, well, I don't think the notice has to do with the, non-conforming use. I think that's a kind of a secondary analysis. When you're talking about notice, I don't think there's any argument to be made, at least for the BOT's consideration, that they were not put on notice on or after the date in which they were triggered to file their injunction. So at the point where they filed an injunction and started their appellate process against the town for a decision to abate the nuisance, i.e. demolish the building, that was months ago for the injunction hearing. So I don't think there's any reasonable argument to be made that they did not know or were not aware of the demolition. And so I think that's the fair point to start. Their argument at injunction was that they were not given proper notice before then. I don't think there's any argument to be made that they were not giving proper notice subsequent to that time period. And so we fulfilled the basic notice requirements, which came up, a couple months after the injunction hearing for this hearing. And that was based on the notice that was based on multiple factors. And part of that was my advice and my misunderstanding of what type of communications were going on between the building inspector and the owners. And so all that aside, they obviously were aware of the town's intent to demolish the building when they filed their injunction to prevent the same in district court. And so from that time period, I think that there's no argument to be made that the owners have not been on notice. And I think the due process has been served at this point regarding notice and notice periods, and the only determination to be made is on the substance of the matter regarding, is there substantial damage and or destruction to the property, and whether or not they've been given proper notice that there is a dangerous building subject to abatement.
Thank you. The board, get to make a sign. You get to remand it back to building inspector with reconsideration. You can affirm it, reverse it, or amend it.
I think this is really tough, and I don't think any of us take this lightly. Like, this is a really significant decision. It's going to impact people in a real substantial way, but I would advocate for affirming the building inspector's decision.
Might just go around the room, someone wanting to make an argument in a different direction.
I mean, I agree, just based solely on the evidence listed today, and the code, reading the code, listing the both parties, I don't see another way to go about this.
Affirm.
Okay, I will accept a motion. If someone would like to make it.
I'll make a motion to affirm the building inspector's decision.
Second.
Get that, Melina?
Can I ask for clarification? Is that in whole or in part?
In whole.
In whole.
And seconded in whole by Carl or Ron? Carl was first, okay. Motion made by Tyler, seconded by Carl.
Trustee Halverson,
Yes.
trustee Gardner,
Yes.
trustee Schiffer,
Yes.
trustee Wakefield, trustee George,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harper,
Yes.
Mayor Crinker.
Thank you for your time and attention to the board, to the public, to the appellant, to the staff. This concludes appeal hearing for 220 East 12th Street. The Board of Trustees will provide a written order of this decision with specific findings of fact and conclusions of law within 10 calendar days. Thank you. All right, I could say everybody could just stand up for a minute while we move on to consent agenda.
Yeah, that's not office, sure.
All right, I'm gonna move us on, folks. I know it's really late. It was a really important. Your thoughtfulness. Thank you, Dana, for leading us through that. All right, we'll move on to the consent agenda. Comments or questions on the consent agenda?
I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Okay, okay.
Tyler and Ron.
Gotcha. Trustee Halverson.
Yes.
Trustee Gardner.
Yes.
Trustee Schiffer,
Yes.
trustee Wakefield.
Yes.
Trustee George,
Yes.
Pro Tem Harper.
Yes.
Yes. All right, moving on to staff reports.
Guys, I had a PowerPoint presentation for that I'm not gonna do. So I just will let you guys know that I did schedule a town county meeting based on some of the responses I had gotten from your retreat dates and what would work with the county commissioners. So that is going to be on September 5th. We are also releasing a citizen survey, so look out for that. And then I would request the work session next regular meeting, before next regular meeting at 5 o'clock for a wetlands discussion with Ironwood, if you all are okay with that.
And there's something the 22nd too, is that?
Yeah, and so on the 22nd, we'll have a town update night where I'll be given a state of the town kind of address where I talk about our challenges, celebrate what we've done, and then also kind of lead into financials. So to kick off our budgeting for 2025.
So spread the word and it'd be lovely if you all were there.
Yeah, it'll be better in person, of course, but it'll also be online for people to.
And that'll go through the audit that we just went through on this.
It'll go through portions of our finances, not really line by the audit, but more digestible pieces, hopefully.
Big picture.
It's August 2nd.
Okay.
It'll be 22nd at 6 o'clock.
You need anything from us on that?
No, Dana will be there with me.
You can all go. Are you just gonna notice?
Notice.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll notice it.
And the SMPA, just reminding everybody that the road to Montrose and Urays will be closed. Starting this week from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. in the morning and in the evening.
You say from Uray to Montrose
from here to Montrose,
will be closed.
like portions of it.
Oh, okay, yes.
Yeah, yeah, for the work to, you know, clear vegetation, and do that kind of work. So just a reminder for yourselves and others. All right, committee and board report. Any questions on staff reports? Committee and board reports. July 25th, Region 9 Economic Development Board meeting.
And nothing of significance to report there. It was a focus on cybersecurity, ADA, and our loan accounts, so.
All right, moving on to number 8, trustee reports. I just had a quick thing here, just you may all have seen, or you may have heard, I did a letter to the editor in the paper, just kind of outlining some of the refuse or the water and sewer discussions. Probably was too long. A little bit of feedback I've gotten is it could be helpful for kind of the whole board to have kind of just some talking points or just kind of where we are with things so people know what we're really talking about. So I kind of broached that to Gloria about communicating better and succinctly about what are we really talking about over the long term and short term.
If anyone has ideas on a little video for that one, I'm coming up blank. So sounds a little hard.
Gotta have a little poo with googly eyes on it.
I'm not doing that.
Doesn't have to be a real.
Okay. Continue thinking in your mind 150th anniversary in September. So just fun ideas, thinking Deanne's doing a big video. She's interviewing a variety of mayors and people in town. So quite fun. Any other trustee reports?
Melina, do you want to give an update on the meeting earlier today?
Oh, sure. We met with, Dan Gallegos and Anna, and we talked about our 150th celebration. We've got some really fun ideas. Might get the mechanical bull back. Yeah, I think it's gonna be great. Want to add to that, Jim?
Dunk tank.
Tank.
Maybe some dunk tank.
Do we have party planning committee? Is that what I'm hearing?
Oh, I guess so.
That sounds like.
All right, great. All right, we're moving on to continued business. Thank you, John, for hanging in there. Continued business, we're talking about the sewer collection system bid proposal release.
And there is one typo on there that we will fix. It has the wrong address for town hall, but we are fixing that.
All right, it's all you, John.
I think everyone is up to speed on this project. This is our wastewater rehab project, which will address a lot of our sewer system issues and a few things at the treatment plant. And we're to the stage where we can put this out to bid. Again, we have 2 full seasons left for construction on this project and potentially what we might be able to get done this fall. We've got to get it out to bid first, and that's the next step. And we bring bid proposals to the trustees before we put them out. So we just need your approval to put this out, and we will start trying to wrangle some contractors. If you have any questions, shoot.
Thanks, John. For the bidding documents, the link there for SGM's SharePoint site, there didn't appear to be any documents there. I'm just clarifying that when we actually release that, they'll be there.
Yes, and that was also another edit that we made this morning. When we actually publish the final one, we'll also have a link to the Town of Silverton page where they can go to the Town of Silverton page and follow links to the bid documents.
Great, thank you.
You bet.
Any other trustee questions on this? All right, so it's really just staff direction to advertise for the bids.
Actually, this is a motion to release just because this is a federal grant. I want to make sure that we cover our bases here.
All right, I would entertain a motion to advertise bids for the wastewater infrastructure improvement project.
Second.
So moved.
So moved.
Second. Thank you.
Trustee Albertson?
Yes.
Trustee Gardner?
Yes.
Trustee Schnicker?
Yes.
Trustee Wakefield?
Yes.
George?
Yeah.
Pro Tem Harper?
Yes.
Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
You bet.
All right, we're moving on to 9B, Boxcar Apartment Engineering RFQ Proposal Evaluation. Oh, Anne, thank you for being here.
Hi, everyone.
Andy.
Go ahead.
So let's see. Previously, we had made a motion to award Engineer Mountain Inc. with the RFQ, but there was a stipulation in there that the contractor had to meet our insurance requirement. And unfortunately, they do not. And so reached out to our town engineer, and they provided a quote that is within budget and fulfills the scope required. And so staff recommendation is to move forward with awarding SGM the Boxcar Apartment pre-development RFQ.
And I want to be clear that we didn't have any other bids besides Engineer Mountain, and that's why we went to our town engineers.
Any trustee questions on this change or on the RFQ? I want to thank staff for their diligence in this. Way to go.
I'll make a motion to award the Boxcar Apartments pre-development engineering site plans RFQ to SGM Incorporated.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Halverson?
Yes.
Trustee Gardner?
Yes.
Trustee Schnitger?
Yes.
Trustee Wakefield? Trustee George?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harper?
Yes.
Mayor Cranker?
Yes. Thank you. All right, we're moving on to public comment. We don't have anybody in person. So we'll move on to comment on Zoom. If you're still with us and you have a comment, please click the raise hand button and we'll promote you to panelist. We'll have 3 minutes. All right, seeing no raised hands, we'll close public comment. The time is now 11 on 8:12, and I adjourn this meeting.